specification is in the LCR report. The currently energy needs are not used for CPM. However, during the RA Enhancements Initiative, the ISO is seeking authority to enforce the energy needs as well, starting as early as our year 2022. Next slide, please. So currently under the RMR, just a reminder that the RMR is not automatic. Somebody needs to be asked for to retire or to mothball in order to achieve that and submit a signed affidavit for that. But if they do and the resources are required, that we can currently enforce both the megawatt need by TAC, megawatt need by local area and sub-area plus effectiveness factor, just the way the CPM was. But also we can also enforce the load charge and battery charging. The reason being we need to maintain reliability 24 hours a day, not just a few hours a day. And even though it's not included in the CPM yet, it is a reliability requirement and is enforceable by RMR. The RMR costs, as you know, they are divided to all LSCs in that TAC. Next slide, please. So I had this before in an ISO stakeholder meeting call, and I just want to reiterate this again, that, you know, how this might work for new batteries being installed. So let's say we have a brand new battery that is asking for an 800 megawatt battery with the Pmax would be 800. However, the energy it has is only 800 megawatt hour. So basically, this is a 1 hour battery. Really, that's what it is. But it has 800 megawatts. The local LCR needs, let's say, it's also 800 megawatts. But we also have 1,000 megawatts of other available resources. So this is not a resource where we are short on resources. If anything, we want to eliminate some of the other resources with new resources. Okay, we want to replace them. And it has a maximum battery charging capability of 110 under contingency conditions of 110 megawatts or 780 megawatt hour, and a maximum 4-hour battery of 35. I'm just giving you some numbers to make the whole example work out. Okay. So based on the RA rules, this resource will be counted for 200 megawatts. Basically, everybody knows you need to have a 4-hour battery. So 800 divided by 4 is 200 batteries. So in RA world, this battery will count for 200 megawatts, both for system and local. But technically, from a local perspective, that local area, I can only charge 110, 780 megawatt hour can be used. So basically, what we're trying to say here is, let's say people make a showing with this battery, and it counts for 200. We expect that when results are showing back to the ISO, we have at least 890. Why do we have at least 890? Because 90 megawatts of that battery is not really usable to the ISO under contingency conditions. We can't really charge that. Therefore, if we can't charge it, it won't be available the next day. So assuming all resources are just as effective in that pocket, we expect that the RA showings would be 890 and then everything would be all fine. If the showings, when they come back, with including this battery, is not reaching 890, then the ISO has the possibility to do backstop procurement on that. Next slide, please. So basically, this is just a summary of what I talked about here is the technical needs have not been and will not equal RA counting. Okay, there's just technical needs are too complicated for the RA to account for all the technical needs. The ISO is not really advocating at this time for changes in local RA counting. This has nothing to do with the UCAP, right? So UCAP is done for all resources. Just for local, we're not proposing to change the RA counting. So what we do propose is that the LSEs and the LRAs do use these graphs for guidance of future procurement. Okay, we are giving out LCR reports every year for year 1 and 5, and every other year for year 10. So you should be pretty aware how, you know, what constraints there might be in there. We also, you know, again, as I discussed before, we are proposing to enforce the local energy enforcement first with CPM starting in our year, as early as our year 2022. Next slide, please. So, basically what we're telling you, this is like super important in the local areas because they have a very limited transmission and very limited other resources where we can charge these batteries. These issues are becoming more predominant everywhere. So you do need to be mindful when you buy resources, both from a capacity and an energy perspective, not only at the local, but that's the most stringent is local, but you should also be aware of these and the system resources as well, because you might be okay in a local, you can get in trouble on the system resources if you don't have enough energy to meet peak demands as well there too. I think I ran through my presentation, and we can open for any questions you may have or discussions. Or thank you.
We do have a few questions, Catalin. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, and I'll ask mine at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so the first one is from Peter Griffiths. With the cap at the LCR need, will all subsequent battery additions count for 0 in meeting the LCR need?
Yes, again, this let me just reiterate what I said before. The technical study does not change the RA counting. So if the local regulatory agency says they count for RA, they will all count for RA. That does not mean that the ISO can use them for local in order to eliminate the need for other resources. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And I don't know what more to say, that if you do install batteries beyond the limits in the local areas, the RA counting allows for them to count, they will count for RA. But you might be forcing the ISO into a backstop role that might not be necessary otherwise.
Hey, Catalin, this is Michelle Kita with the CPUC. Can you clarify that what you're proposing in RA enhancements, would you call that a deficiency and allocate the CPM costs for a deficiency associated with the storage resources? How would you do that? Or would it be a collective deficiency?
Yes. So currently we're not doing the energy part under CPM, but we are RMRing, so it is collective. Yes, we are searching for authority to include the energy charts and basically the battery graphs as well. The energy portion, we're trying to include that on a going forward basis as early as our year 2022 under our enhancement. If that passes, then we will have CPM authority to do the energy component as well. And the cost will go to, so if a resource is required, let's say we get too many batteries in one local area and we still need a different resource in that local area because we can't charge the batteries now, that resource will have to get a CPM, and the CPM first, the cost of that CPM will go first to the individual deficient LSEs in that tag, just the way it is done today, and only the other portion will go to the collective.
I guess my question is, well, let's say somebody brought only batteries and all the batteries were ineffective. Are you proposing that you would allocate the CPM because you find them deficient, or are you proposing that you would still defer to the LRA and it would be a collective deficiency?
Yeah, so if the LRA keeps the current rules and the current rules says they can count those for RA, then they do count for RA. And so it will only be a need that will be beyond RA. So if those people met their own individual compliance with just batteries, if the RA counting says they met it, then they met it. And I cannot give them an individual deficiencies unless the PUC or the LRA changes the rules for that.
Let me just jump in here. So Catalin, when you guys do these local studies, is it clear how many megawatts in each area? How many? I mean, I know you have the graphs, but is it clear that in this sub area you can only have 40 megawatts of batteries, and another sub area it might be 50 megawatts? Or does one have to interpret the graphs? In addition, do you have a listing of how many batteries are expected to be in there based on like expected online dates?
Yeah, so the the answer to the first question, the numbers will be pretty clear. We made some overall charts, and now all the numbers would be in a single chart. So you can just have like each area and sub area would have its own numbers. So you can kind of quickly read the numbers. I'm sorry, I missed your second. What was your second question, Michelle?
Are you also putting in there the number of batteries that are under construction for that area? So that if somebody looked in, they would see, well, I already have 200 batteries that are under construction in that area?
Yeah, so the batteries, they are listed. Yeah, so the batteries are listed. They're ones listed on the NQC list. Second, in the LCR, we do publish a list with what resources were used, so you can actually look in that as well. The idea is that if we do have batteries over there, we use their actual effectiveness factors going forward. For the new ones that we have no idea where they're going to show up, we just use the same effectiveness factors as the old resources. But if we do have known batteries, we are using the effectiveness factor for that known battery.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to slide 17. It says CAISO does establish the individual local RA for each LSE. Should it say LRA?
So based on ISO tariff, that particular paragraph is correct, except there is an exemption for the PUC where even though we calculate it this way, so we calculate a local requirement for each LSE, we sum it up for all the PUC jurisdictional, and we send the total to the PUC, and PUC divides it on a different method of their own choice. But the rest of the LRAs don't really have that choice. So that choice is only for the PUC.
Then let's go to slide 14. Can you explain this and how it should be interpreted?
I can try to explain some more parts. So basically what this graph is telling us is that in the San Jose LCR subarea, from a charging perspective, we can have 448 megawatts of batteries with an energy of 3,248 megawatt hours. So, you know, that is the entire amount of megawatt and energy that we can charge underneath that dashed line. So you think that dashed line, between the dashed line and the load curve in the night, that's how much batteries we can charge for 48 megawatts with 3,248 megawatt hours. What the 4 hour usually means is you might want to look at just the top of the daily graph. So the top of the load curve, you know, basically, if you go down 4 hours, so if you look at where 2,500 megawatt is limit, you already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 hours, almost 6 hours of battery discharge. So, you know, somewhere there, it's that limit of 200 megawatts, because even though you're a 4 hour, in some hours where you might only put 1 or 2 megawatt hours out, in some hours you can put like 6 megawatt hours out of energy. So think about the 4 hour as being the top of the peak daily charge, whatever we can serve with the 4 hour battery on that top part of the daily of the daily cycle, basically. And the previous two numbers, the 448 with 3,288, is basically what we can charge at night underneath the dash line. Between the dash line and the load curve at night, that's how much we can charge.
Catalin, this is Michelle. This is for 2030, though. So are you providing ones for the next year so that one could know how much storage you could have in the 1 year, 5 year, and then 10 year framework?
Yes, we did had some in the previous report. They were just slightly different. They were slightly looking different graphs, and the numbers were a little bit different. We're making improvements to the calculations nonstop. There is a big Excel spreadsheet behind this that calculates a lot of stuff. And we just made an improvement to this, and it will be in the 10-year LCR graph, but we are planning to use the same graphs for the year 1 and year 5 that's coming up early next year.
When I read this, is the maximum 4-hour storage that would be effective 200 megawatts?
So if you want to replace resources in that local area as 1-for-1 megawatt, then of the 4-hour, we can only use 200 megawatts of a 4-hour. Okay, if you go beyond that limit, we cannot replace them 1-for-1. You might still be able to replace, but you're going to need to install more battery, more costly battery than to replace additional units.
And does this take into account that, one battery that's 4 hours might only need to run 1 hour to get clip the top peak, and then a little below that it might be 2 hours, and it might be 4 hours, and a little below that might be 6 hours. So does the 2 hours take that into the 200 megawatts take that into consideration?
That's correct. The addition of all of that you just said now, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever, because we're going by how much energy they can put in that top part of the load, So energy of a 4-hour battery, 200 megawatts, that would be equivalent of 800 megawatt hours. So it's whatever is on that top of that load chart that makes up the first 800 megawatt hours. And the spreadsheet just calculates the number. Okay,
and then the table you were talking about before, would have the number 200 in it. Is that right?
Yes, as a 1-for-1 replacement, it would have a 200 limit as a 1-for-1 replacement.
And does this already take into account if storage already exists in the area? So this would be, if it says 200, it means 200 more?
Yeah, this is usually total. We don't really differentiate between what's installed and what's not installed, but we can go into that area and then figure out how much was installed so you can know how much more is left. But the graphs just assume pure dispatch of these batteries, and it does not really take into account if there is anyone there already installed or not. It just maximizes the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next question is, batteries store energy. So as long as the energy stored is sufficient to meet the load, the duration, i.e. the ratio of discharge to energy capacity, doesn't matter. Why are local RA and LCR methodologies still talking about duration, not energy?
Yeah, okay. I do give you that really the duration is basically mostly driven by the actual load chart itself. We just wanted to make sure that people, when they install these, they have the most information that we can give out. I mean, I can delete those numbers. It's just we thought they will be helpful. So if I'm looking at this graph that we have in front of us, and I'm looking from the moment the batteries start to have an output, so that's almost hour 12, and then I'm going all the way till they stop discharging, which is almost hour 23, I think. So we have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 hours. We have 11 hours where they need to discharge. So that table will have a maximum discharge number of 11 hours. And it will also, now we start putting a medium hour. Why that's important is if you might just want to know, how much battery to install. The medium hour might be an 8-hour, and then you only need to install an 8-hour. You just need to smooth it out. What we wanted to make sure is that people understand that for 12 hours or 11 or 12 hours, this battery needs to discharge. Therefore, when they charge, they need to be able to charge in the remaining time. And if this discharge going on for like 16 hours, you only got like maybe 8 hours to charge. So what we're trying to tell people is, in that condition, you might not be okay installing a +100, -100 battery. we might need to install a plus 100, minus 300, or minus 400 battery in order to be able to charge at night. So we thought is useful information. People really hate it. I guess I could delete those, which is just extra information.
Okay, we've got a couple kind of similar questions. Also, I think I'll just read the three of them and you can answer them together. What is the CAISO proposing for the CPUC to approve in Track 3B decision? Is it cost allocation of CPM backstop? Doesn't this set up an incentive for LSEs to meet their local requirement with batteries and push any CPM costs to other LSEs? And how would individual deficiencies due to over-reliance on batteries be determined if LSEs do not know what other LSEs are procuring? Will individual LSEs only be allowed battery procurement up to their share of the battery maximum based on peak share?
Yeah, again, I think a lot of these questions are about RA counting. Let me, maybe reiterate that again. We're not trying to change the RA counting. That's for the LRAs to change the RA counting. We're not trying to say you should change for the RA counting. What we're trying to tell you is we have some limitations, and you should be aware, or somebody should be aware when approving these contracts that there are limitations. I think this information might be most useful to the CPUC than to each individual LSE.
And this is Jamie Gowning with Energy Division. I do want to just hop in and kind of remind everybody that we did have a central procurement entity decision, D20-06002, that adopted a central procurement entity for both PG&E and Edison's area. And there is a selection criteria that's identified in the list of, I think it's 8 selection criterias, and one of them is this include energy use limitations as the selection criteria when evaluating bid resources into the CPE solicitation. So I just wanted to remind parties that selection criteria is being included in solicitations by the CPE.
Thank you, Jamie. So just from an ISO perspective, I just want to reiterate is that we are asking for the CPM backstop authority for the energy needs from FERC. We do not need the CPUC approval for cost recovery for that. We are not forcing the CPUC to change the RA rules. All we're saying is please be mindful that there are limitations, especially when you're approving big portfolios. And then, like Jamie reiterated, this might be better served by a central procurement agency that would know most of the procurement than just a single LSE procurement.
And for purposes of kind of this discussion right now, I know we have about 10 minutes left, but I also just want to draw the connection between the LCR working group that was identified in Track 3A. And I know we had an initial working group in August. However, there's 2 items that Catalin is hitting on here with regards to the LCR working group's actions that they were directed to take. And so those 2 items were inclusion, or for the LCR working group to provide a recommendation on a handful of issues, including energy storage limitations in the LCR report and the implications on future resource procurement, and also how best to harmonize the commission's and the CAISO's local resource accounting rules. So just wanted to make that connection as well with the things we're talking about today in relation to that LCR working group.
Thank you, Jamie.
2 more sort of similar questions. First, is there any data about curtailment being done in local areas, and has CAISO looked at how curtailment could be reduced and actually be counted towards charging of batteries in the local areas? And how does the analysis change with hybrid solar and storage?
Yeah, the curtailment is, I believe the curtailments are available on the ISO website. The curtailments are usually not the problem we're talking about here. Okay, so the problem we're talking about here is we don't have enough power going into a load pocket. Usually the curtailments are for the power cannot be exported from certain areas, so that's where congestion comes in and it's binding. So you could imagine that if you do put a battery behind that constraint where excess energy exists, it will be easier for you to charge the battery. On the other hand, you'll have to make sure that, you know, whenever you want to export, you already know that area is already constrained on the export side. So you're not going to be able to export under some hours. If that's beneficial to you, that's probably going to be an economic analysis for somebody to install batteries in areas where we have congestion issues but just be mindful that whenever you get the power out of there, you also can be constrained unless you're getting the power out at a totally different hours than when everybody else gets the power out. So there's a lot of solar in that area, and you put a battery and you want to export at 8 or 9 p.m., it's probably okay for you to put it there. But if you want to export in the morning or in the afternoon, you probably cannot export. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work for you, but that's not an LCR problem. That is a kind of renewable integration problem.
Noah, you're unmuted if you'd like to ask your question again.
Hey, this is Noah Tom from SDG. So, Catalin, I'm just trying to understand, again, what is the ISO asking the CPUC to approve? Is it a methodology? Is it some type of cost allocation after the showings are submitted? It's not very clear what the ISO is proposing here.
Yeah, so maybe let me try to reiterate that. We're not asking CPUC to approve anything that might be enforceable at a LSE level at this time. We're trying to get the CPUC to be mindful that on portfolio basis, there is a high possibility that there are constraints in local areas. Now, if CPUC would want to do something enforceable about it, it might be when the central procurement agency comes in place, since they have to procure for everybody, or at least for 90% of the load. Some of this might be enforceable at that level. We're trying to get everybody to understand that the ISO will be enforcing this on the technical needs side. So be mindful of that.
Okay, thanks so much.
But this is Jamie. I just want to hop in. But isn't the ISO also proposing to put this in the tariff, their tariff, like where if the portfolio doesn't come in and meet these energy needs at each sublocal area, then the CAISO has the authority to backstop to those sub areas, correct?
That's correct. That's part of the R enhancement. Just for everybody to understand, that's just the ISO backstop. It doesn't have to do anything with our accounting, though.
Okay, Catalin, can you confirm based on this graph that we cannot charge more than 448 megawatts with the existing gas plants? So if we retire gas plants, we won't be able to charge more than 448 megawatts.
Okay, so maybe let me reiterate what I said in the assumptions. We are assuming these batteries work hand in hand with the remaining resources in that local area that are required for LCR. So what we're assuming here is that you install 448 megawatts of batteries. The need here, let's assume the need is more than that. Let's assume the need here is 750 megawatts. So the remaining 300 megawatt of resources are used to charge these batteries. Now, if we do have today 500 or 600 or 700 megawatts of batteries in that local of thermal resources in that local area, we don't assume all of them will stay around. We assume when these batteries are getting in, only the 300 megawatts will stay around. The rest will somehow die. We don't assume there is extra transmission capacity or there is extra resources. What we're saying here is that these are assumed, the charging is assumed to be done by transmission, which is limited in local areas, and the remaining resources that are required for LCR in that local area, for whatever the technology it is there today. And our spreadsheets do calculate based on exactly what's there today. So we know if there is gas, it can work 24 hours a day. We know if there is a solar, we know the solar profile. If there is wind, we know the wind profile. So we know all the profiles and how much the other resources can charge these batteries in the off-peak period. We do not assume that more resources than what is required for local are staying around.
Catalin, this is Michelle from the Energy Division. Can you explain the difference between load serving capability E and load serving capability N?
Yes. So the load serving capability N, it's with the normal rating of an equipment, and E is under emergency conditions. So the reason we put both limits in there, let me try to explain that. Thank you for the question. Is normally, too many normal here. In reality, the emergency rating of an equipment mostly goes on for only 4 hours. So if you look at the red line, let's say we have a contingency that happens at noon, okay, then we can only follow the red line for 4 hours. Then after 4 hours, we have to drop to the gray line. So, that goes on for, so basically there is a difference between how much requirement there is and how much energy people can charge and discharge based on the emergency rating of an equipment versus the normal rating of equipment. We put both here because we assume the contingency will go into the next day, and we have to account both for emergency and for normal.
All right, so this is Jamie. I'm just going to hop in here. We are just about at time for this issue or presentation. So we're going to thank Catalin for his presentation and then move in panelists for the multi-year system and flex RA topic presentation. So I'm going to pause here for a second while Simone does that, and then we'll get started on the next presentation in a minute or so.
So are we ready to start, or?
Yeah, it looks like we have everybody in the panel. So yes, please get started. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Greg Klatt from Douglas, Liddell & Klatt, and I'm presenting today on behalf of WPTF. We're actually doing a panel today with IEP, WPTF, PG&E, and SDG&E. We had some commonality in terms of both multi-year RA, not the specifics, but just kind of a general idea, if not fully on board, at least not opposed. And also in terms of some principles that we developed, PG&E, Peter's on here, PG&E had filed for Track 3B a set of principles. WPTF has done some work internally to develop principles to help guide us in the advocacy that we're doing in this proceeding and beyond. And same goes for SDG&E. I think we actually have the principles up first in our slides, but I think I'd like to go ahead and start with multi-year RA, and then we'll come back to the principles. So Lynn, if you could please go to the 4th slide in our deck. So I think 2 more slides after this. Yeah, next one. Can you do the one after that, please? Perfect, thank you. So multi-year RA, it's been on the table for quite a while. If I recall correctly, I think PG&E first broached the subject many years back. And certainly something that WPTF and IEP have supported consistently in the last couple of years. We do have the multi-year requirements, of course, for the local RA program, and IEP and WPTF agree that it would be a good thing to expand that to system and possibly flex, and I'll get to that caveat in a moment here. The obvious advantages of a multi-year RA for system is that it provides revenue certainty to generators. Oh, actually, let me just take a step back first. So for those of you who aren't familiar with IEP and WPTF, IEP's membership includes owners and developers of essentially every class and category of generation, from traditional merchant plants to renewables to energy storage. WPTF's membership, and in particular the membership that is active in CPUC matters, includes also a wide variety of resource owners and developers, marketers, and load serving entities that include out-of-state public utilities, in-state municipal utilities, CCAs, and ESPs. So just to give you an idea of where we're coming from. So for multi-year RA for system and flex, the obvious benefit of that is it provides revenue certainty for the asset owners, and that's important because they need to do periodic maintenance on their plans to make sure that they can perform when called upon. And the costs involved can be quite expensive in terms of trying to recover all those costs over 1 year. So if they know that they're going to, if they have, if they're contracted out for a couple of years, they can both have a certainty that they're not going to be left holding the bag for those maintenance costs, and also they can spread them out over those years, which reduces kind of the distortion that would be associated with trying to get it all recovered in 1 year. Secondly, and this is not on the slide actually, but my experience in the last couple of years working with load serving entities in terms of procurement, it's becoming quite difficult to go through this rigmarole every year where they're procuring for the next year. And I think if it was done correctly, and they'll lead into the next couple of points, but if it's done correctly, LSEs might actually benefit from having the multi-year system expanded to the multi-year RA program extended to system and flex. And I don't think it's necessary to have a CPE do that type of procurement. In fact, we have several reservations with respect to the current CPE framework, and would not be supportive of it being expanded to system and RA. But that takes me to the next point, which is, there are, the slide says we acknowledge multi-year framework introduces issues. It doesn't really actually introduce issues. It's more that, there are issues out there that are common, challenges, I would say, common to all the RA proposals. And the two big ones are load migration, how you deal with that, and the risk associated with that, and also the evolving QC counting methodologies. We have marginal versus average, ELCC. ELCC was already a big change a couple of years ago. We're looking now possibly at going to marginal ELCC, which would involve additional changes to the QC for intermittent resources. We have the UCAP proposal at the CAISO. There are the differences between as Catalin was talking about, in terms of the QC counting methodologies for local resources. And also there can be changes from year to year, month to month for even gas-fired generation, depending upon what their maintenance schedule is and other factors. So, both of those but those challenges apply to multi-year. We think that, there's enough kind of really clever people with aligned interest with respect to those issues that they could be worked out. But we just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, those are things that would have to be addressed. And then what about multi-year flexible RA requirements? So the commission's, looking back at the commission's prior decisions where this issue was teed up, there was a hesitancy to go ahead and have multi-year for system and flex mainly because of the uncertainty surrounding flexible RA and how that's defined. We've had an interim definition for about 5 years now. It's based upon the 3-year net load ramp scenario, and there have been repeated calls and kind of false starts in terms of revising the definition, mainly at the CAISO, and for various reasons, those things have not moved forward. So, but that was the commission's, their hesitancy was, hey, we don't have a durable, I think was the word they use, a durable definition of flexible RA. And so we're very hesitant to have multi-year requirements for flex when the definition of flex could change. And that's somewhat similar but different to the issue around the issues around evolving QC counting rules. Unfortunately, every time we seem to be getting close to a revised definition of flex, something happens and it doesn't play out like we expected. And so at present, there's really a lot of uncertainty about if and when that will happen. So I think that, given all those uncertainties and given kind of what the history of flex has been in terms of how it's shaped the market and or impacted the market and RA compliance, which is thus far not very much, that it would, we would be fine with go ahead and moving ahead with multi-year system RA and hold off on the flex part until we do have some more certainty around that. So those are the main points I wanted to hit on multi-year RA. Why don't I go ahead first if there's any questions, and if they're not, then I'm going to take us back to the principles, the first slide. So in terms of principles, the four of us agree on some generally agreed upon principles. Regulatory certainty, this is very important, and also to simplify things as much as possible. So both regulatory certainty and the complexity of RA compliance and the RA structure in general really creates a lot of friction, both for suppliers and in particular for LSEs. So, and this has actually been one of the big concerns that ESPs have had for many years. Just in general, the lack of regulatory certainty has been inhibited them in terms of making investments, longer term investments in resources. That's changing, of course, with the RPS, long-term requirements, and also with some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of reopening DA to a broader part of the market. But just in general, regulatory certainty and the complexity of the RA program act as barriers to both the market functioning and for compliance. We all agree that we need to maintain that the goal of RA going forward can't just simply be the old construct of, coincident peak of the month and look at a monthly basis. That really, and this is consistent with what the CAISO has been saying for several years now, is that we need to maintain reliability across all months and hours. Consistency between the CPUC and CAISO rules is very important. There are kind of, we're going in different directions at this moment in terms of what the CAISO is proposing for system and what the commission is trying to deal with. That's a bit concerning. The more inconsistency there is, again, the more friction there is in terms of procurement and compliance, and also investment. And then, of course, equitable cost allocation. I'm going to let Peter and Noah, of course, talk some more about all of those points. Just quickly going through WPTF's specific points is, the first one is promote competition and facilitate customer choice. That's maybe a tall order for RA. I think maybe a better statement of that would be that the RA program should not inhibit competition. And by competition, I'm talking about resource on resource competition, and also competition between various suppliers, both asset owners, portfolio managers, wholesale marketers, and whatnot. And also to not inhibit or frustrate customer choice. We think that's very important. Now there's some tension there, and we recognize that. But again, there's a lot of very clever people who are working on this and have worked on this. So we do believe that there are realistic solutions to these tensions. Also, the RA program should yield prices that reflect supply and demand fundamentals. That seems kind of obvious, but again, it's also in part, let's not have an RA program that does the opposite, because that creates its own set of problems. I know at the commission, in the energy division, there's some concern about pricing. Hopefully the CAISO's new initiatives will help address that in a way that everyone's comfortable with. But certainly there can't be a complete disconnect between supply and demand of prices. If there is, then you're going to have even bigger problems further down the road. And lastly, compatibility with broader regional approaches to reliability. We at WPTF think this is incredibly important. It has not gotten much attention at all up until now. With what we have seen in the last a few years, the tightening in the system RA market, the challenges and concerns associated with import RA, and also what's going to be happening with the resource stacks in the neighboring states and regions. I think it would be imprudent to restructure the RA program in such a way that it actually creates more barriers to a regional approach to reliability. And so we're just going to be keeping an eye on that and chiming in when we think it's helpful about, hey, let's remember to not do something that's going to, again, possibly create problems down the road. And that's all I've got. Peter, Noah?
Thanks, Greg. This is Noah Tom from SDG. Very similar to what Greg said. We have some generally agreed upon principles of above, and for SDG, as we viewed going forward for the RE framework, we would like to make sure being sort of be consistent with being simplifying complexity is to promote the product tradability and fungibility, and so that everyone can transact easily. And the equitable cost allocation is already actually repetitive. We've got to take that one out. And then provide for procurement autonomy of LSEs. We think that's really important, as well as prioritizing affordability and making sure that LSEs and ratepayers aren't getting into situations of market power and so on. Peter?
Yes, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E. I think people know who I am. I did speak about sort of PG&E's principles at the workshop last week, and I did want to sort of reiterate this time, not so much to go into very much detail about what they are, but to basically highlight the commonality across the people who were speaking today in terms of the objectives and some of the objectives that we have about making changes to the RA program. Regulatory uncertainty is a big part of it. Simplicity is a big part of it. We just basically walked through a presentation by the ISO describing how, because we're changing the nature of the mix of resources, that's going to make things more complicated for local RA. That to some degree, any change you make in one area of RA is going to have impacts probably in others. And so, we're essentially moving in a direction in greater complexity, largely because of the types of resources that we're having on the system and the nature of the program. And so, it's important from PG&E's perspective to take that into account. So simplicity and simplifying the complexity, I think, is certainly something we would like to try and push towards. And making sure that stuff is there and resources are there when they're needed to be able to meet requirements, not just in peak hours but in all hours. And again, this is a wider goal, I think, of what we're seeing in the effort that the PUC is making in terms of restructuring the RA paradigm. That, you know, for the most part, it's something we think is important, and I think you know all of the parties somewhat agree that that is the case. The consistency, we're getting caught more and more often between inconsistencies between what the ISO is doing and what the PUC is doing. As an LSE, that is a very difficult place to be, as I think other LSEs will attest. And so we want to basically have greater consistency and make sure that we're focusing on greater consistency. And you know, the principles that sort of under the PG&E box, you know, I went through them last week. I can talk a little bit about them. You know, we really want to make sure that there's an efficient resource mix, and that the incentives are provided for providing that resource mix. We want to make sure that there's a link between essentially capacity markets and energy markets and incentives, you know, in terms of how the capacity requirements essentially have an influence on what the incentives are for behavior in the energy markets. You know, and we want it basically also to be innovation and robust. You know, for the most part, you know, these are sort of the things that PG&E finds important. There is, you know, commonality, I think, amongst the entities making this presentation. And you know, from PG&E's perspective, and I'm going to ask you actually to go to the next slide, because even though Greg has walked through it, you know, a lot of these things that we got together last week and talked about these things. And, you know, we see that there is a benefit by having multi-year, but we also see that there are problems with it, or at least some issues that need to be addressed. And so from PG&E's perspective, you know, we haven't gotten to the point where we've had proposals for addressing the issues that are introduced or actually are highlighted by essentially going to a multi-year forward. That's not to say that we don't think that we shouldn't be working on that, because I think we should be working on that. And so, you know, one of the big issues has been load migration. You know, certainly if you go to a 3-year forward on system and an LSE loses load, you know, that LSE is already shown and contracted with generation for that. You know, there's some question as to how is that handled? How are the requirements handled? How is that likely to be setting up in terms of, you know, is there an adjustment in the requirements for the LSE between year 3 forward and year 2 forward? I mean, you know, those things need to be part of sort of a framework that we put together if we're going to move to a multi-year forward requirement. Also, we have the issue of sort of also with QC counting methodologies. QC counting methodologies, you know, I think all of the LSEs who signed RPS contracts early on have basically taken notice of the fact that, oh, with the introduction of the LCC, what we thought we were getting from a capacity framework or capacity is not essentially what is being counted when it comes to the showings and those sorts of things. And so it is a challenge to some degree about having changing requirements and changing methodologies to be able to have the certainty that I think everybody would like to have. And so certainly that's something that needs to be addressed in any sort of a multi-year forward requirement program and sort of the way it's set up. And you know, that might just be by saying, you know, something like, you know, we're going to hold the constant requirements for a given period of time for, say, a compliance period. So the accounting rules will not be changing between, say, now and, you know, 3 years forward, or not be changing between 3 or 4 or 5 years forward. It's going to, to some degree, on what makes sense. With the understanding that at the end of that period, you know, everything is on the table in terms of what it counts and how much it counts for. I mean, that certainly may be one way to try and address it. You know, we haven't put together a firm proposal on it or something like that, but we, you know, we talked a little bit about it, and we sort of bring that forward in terms of possibilities of the way something like this might be able to work. You know, also, Greg talked about flexibility. Flexibility, I think, has been one of the big concerns that has prevented the commission from wanting to push forward, or at least it's what they've said, is that they've got a concern that the flexibility requirements, if the ISO changes them, then they will essentially, could lead to stranded investment or stranded cost by LSEs for contracting for capacity that may not count as much under any new sort of paradigm than the old paradigm. Let me note, however, that the flexible requirements and the flexible counting, that's not something that's done by the PUC. That's something that's done by the ISO. The EFCs, for the most part, are determined by the ISO tariff, and it's something the ISO has control over. And for the most part, the ISO's reluctance to move on that over the last few years has been, I would say, fairly significant, largely because of the fact that they acknowledge that a change is needed, but there hasn't been very much talk about changing it or how that would change or when it would change. Certainly when the commission adopted the flexible requirements, it was on an interim basis to be used through 2017 RA year. And here we are in 2021 looking at requirements for 2022, and it doesn't look like there's any changes on the horizon for flexibility in that time frame. You know, it certainly raises the question in my mind, or at least suggests a question in my mind. You know, are the flexible requirements relevant? You know, is what is in the ISO tariff in terms of the requirements, are they doing what it should be doing and intended to do when it was designed, or is it something that needs to be changed and looked at? And so I don't, you know, I'm not sure about sort of leaving the flexible requirements behind, largely because we don't have you know, somewhat of a recognition of their being completely separate from the system and local requirements. So, you know, there are issues and things that we need to address and need to talk about. And so, you know, that's my perspective on sort of where the requirements are and where the discussion is. I think we've got a fruitful first discussion with the parties making this presentation about, okay, these are the types of things that need to be addressed, and how might we want to address them. And so from PG&E's perspective, you know, we're happy to engage in a dialogue. We certainly have things that we would like to see out of this type of moving forward on a multi-year forward RA requirements. And, you know, there are issues that I think everybody recognizes need to be addressed. So with that, I think let's see, do I have the last slide? I think I do have the last slide. Let's go to one more slide. Oh, no, I don't have the last slide. See, who has a slide? Can you help me out, either Noah or Greg?
That's Noah.
That's Noah. Okay, Noah, let me hand it back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, so on the MCC bucket refinements, I think overall in the multi-year, you know, aspect, we recognize, you know, the MCC buckets limitations were updated in 2020, but they should be refined in the future to match the needs of the grid and ensure reliability is maintained. Because this, as far as sort of for procurement purposes, it may be you know, a sufficient tool or to limit types of showings and procurement to make procurement easy, or, you know, easier, and in that respect. Let me go on to the next slide. So a little bit about the current RA compliance framework, right? I think most of us know, you know, it's split into two phases. The first is the year ahead showing, where there's 100% of local and then 90% of the system for 5 months, and then 90% of the flexible requirements. And then the month ahead showing has 100% of all of the requirements for all of the months, as well as a true-ups and low migration. So slide 31, please. Under an annual compliance construct, there would only be one single showing. It would be for 100% of local for all, for all 12 months, and 100% of the 115, and 100% of all the flex. Once all that is done, there are no more month-ahead showings in that respect. And so some of the benefits for the annual RA compliance is it provides contractual certainty for resources. I mean, as Greg has talked about, we were looking, or WPTF and AEP is looking for regulatory certainty. Much to that, it's, we want to make sure that resources know when they will be contracted, and so that provides more stability to the market. It also reduces program complexity, so that folks are not having to sort of wait until the very last month ahead process to hopefully get some additional capacity. And it also provides the CAISO with the necessary information to evaluate reliability for the compliance year. For those who follow the CAISO process, in RA enhancements, the ISO has sort of indicated that California having a monthly process is in a unique situation, and that creates some challenges for the ISO to understand what resources will be, are contracted for reliability in the following year. And some of the challenges, as CGA recognizes is, what is the granularity? Is it going sort of in this type of framework? Is it annual, seasonal, or monthly? And what occurs, or how do we deal with intra-year load migration? And those challenges, we're open to a discussion, and hope that folks are open to that as well as we move forward. I think that's it for my piece. I think the next up is maybe for Peter.
Got to get myself off mute. Yeah, to some degree, in the discussion we had with sort of the parties, the two IOUs and the WPTF and IEP, pretty much there was a recognition that there are things that are somewhat immediate that need to be changed or need to be relatively changed in the timeframes that would make essentially improvements in the RA program for, say, the 2021, 2020, 2022, 2023 timeframe, while we're working out to some degree a larger restructuring. And the question to some degree is, what do we need to make sure happens now? Is that we need to make sure that the system is reliable and that the current program is working as best it can for whatever period of time that it will be working. One of the ways to do that is through additional MCC requirements. Certainly, I note that the Commission did change the MCC requirements this year. It does have a requirement for resources that are available 24/7. Further refinements can be made to make sure, I think, that the right number of resources are set up and to be able to provide capacity in the times that were identified by the ISO and the joint and the PUC and CEC and the joint report on the August events. Certainly the net load peak is something that needs some focus. Some of that might be handled by the MCC buckets. We're going to have to think about how some of those changes may need to be made. Those changes may be able to be put into place and may be able to be implemented by for 2022, depending upon how extensive the changes are. Longer term, we need to make sure that we've got a robust RA program and restructured in a way that it will handle the changes in resources that we're likely to be seeing over the coming years. because we're already seeing a lot more storage come on. It's not clear to some degree whether or not the existing program can handle the storage in a way. I mean, we certainly just had a presentation by the ISO that says that when it comes to storage doesn't act like other capacity does when it comes to local requirements. And it's not clear that that also is the case with system or flexible as well when it comes to storage. We also see a need to align with the IRP and make sure that the RA program does look to sort of make sure that the IRP is providing incentives for new resources that are needed. And we need basically the appropriate mix to be able to meet the requirements that we're likely to see in different state where it wants to go. With that, I think we're ready for questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to the MCC buckets really quickly. I think we're all in agreement that the MCC buckets could use some more refinements. Just want to make clear that WPTF doesn't support the idea of the MCC buckets being made binding in the sense that there's an energy delivery requirement. I think that may be, as my understanding of the Energy Division, one of their suggested proposals for track 3B. We don't support that, but what I think what makes sense is kind of an overhaul, like an engine overhaul of the NCC buckets, where they are based upon the performance characteristics of the resource as opposed to the contractual structure of the deal. I think that's how they were originally, if I recall correctly. Again, I wasn't focused on RA and MCC buckets when they were developed back in 2004, 2005. But I think they've kind of outused their usefulness for that purpose. But they still might be useful, like I said, if they're overhauled to really kind of track the performance characteristics. So to make sure that LSEs, their portfolios or RA portfolios, do provide those different flavors of performance to ensure that we're getting closer to ensuring reliability in every hour of every day of the month.
Yeah, Greg. I mean, that to some degree, from my perspective, is something that PG&E is also thought about in terms of making sure that that they're overhauled in a way that makes sure that resources show up when they're needed, and to try and better match the load curve
Right.
that the system makes, and identify the resources that need to be available during the periods when they're needed to be able to meet load on the load curve.
All right.
So with that, I think we're ready for questions.
Okay, our first question, I think it was partly answered in the chat, but I'll just read it in case there's anything anyone wants to say. WPTF identified that requirements between CAISO and CPUC should be consistent. Can you comment on how non-CPUC jurisdictional entities may react to being proposed with a 3-year system commitment to create consistency across all of CAISO?
I wasn't necessarily getting at that. I think more in terms of the resource counting rules, the rules around RA imports, as opposed to necessarily if the multi-year requirement. So I'd have to give some more thought. To be candid, I had not thought about that aspect of it. If the CAISO also had the multi-year and it tracked the CPUC program in that way, how that would potentially affect non-jurisdictional LSEs. We will give that some thought. I'm going to write it down here in a moment. But that wasn't what I've looked at today. In a more broader sense, it's like just kind of basic program rules, like having UCAP at the CAISO and then having a different system RA structure at the CPUC seems to be problematic and fraught with dangers and risk and problems. More along those lines is what I was thinking.
Yeah, and this is Peter. I guess my reaction to some degree to that question is, we're talking to the PUC as an LRA. The topic of sort of multi-year forward at the ISO, the ISO, even though the PUC adopted a multi-year forward for local, the ISO has not adopted a multi-year forward for local for non-jurisdictional LSEs. And so it may be possible, essentially, in my mind, for the PUC to have a multi-year forward requirements that do not affect the non-PUC jurisdictional LSEs in the same sort of way. Now, if I think about non-jurisdictional LSEs, they're basically they have the ability to contract long term, and they probably are contracting long term. So I don't know to some degree that we're necessarily saying that the multi-year forward, even if it's a PUC requirement, that it also become an ISO requirement. Largely because we've seen that the ISO has not adopted a multi-year forward or a 3-year forward for local, even though the PUC has.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me too, Peter.
Here's our next question. Are the requirements still monthly, or would it be a single annual requirement?
Noah, do you want to handle that one?
Yeah, so I think in SDG's mind, I think sort of the first step could be monthly, continue with just one showing, but with monthly structures of the monthly requirements. And in the future, if we all sort of, think that a single annual requirement is better, then with the right analysis and so forth, we can look towards, maybe going to an annual type of requirement. But I think at this point, our thinking is just trying to simplify procurement, provide contractual certainty, and sort of make things a little bit easier for the purpose of the program.
And that's consistent with how we were thinking of it, that you would have, at least initially, to Noah's point, you would continue to have monthly RA requirements, but the showing would be on an annual basis. And then depending upon what comes out of this proceeding, track, either track 3B or track 4, or how a restructuring of the RA program unfolds. And if everyone is comfortable with it, it may be possible to have basically an annual showing or annual requirements. But I think we're a ways that kind of puts the cart before the horse. The first step is just to simplify it by making the showings on an annual basis within the current construct. The current construct of monthly RA requirements for our system.
Peter observed that the changing resource mix drives increasing complexity. In that light, what simplification is a reasonable goal? What aspects of the RA program realistically can be simplified?
That's a really good question. And from my perspective, having consistency does help. But one of the things that I mentioned and where we might think about doing, or what we might think about doing, and this is basically, instead of having all of the changes to RA counting and all RA requirements be adjusted every year, that it might make sense to pick some period of time for which we keep things constant, where we don't change essentially the ELCC counting or the way the requirements are set or those sorts of things. That may add some consistency in terms, or at least some consistency in terms of knowing what the things are going to be for some period into the future. Now, the risk, of course, is that the future may be changing faster than what we anticipate. And in that case, we have to be very careful to some degree about moving in that direction, largely because of the rate of change in terms of the portfolio and how quickly that change is likely to be met. To some degree, that's where sort of the IRP comes in, to make sure that we're getting guidance from the IRP to sort of say, let's direct the portfolio, let's have the IRP direct the portfolio to go in a particular direction, in which case we can anticipate that to some degree, I think, for some period of time in the RA program, or we may be able to anticipate that in the RA program and have that be part of the way the counting is set up. That's probably a bit more prescriptive than sort of the open market aspect that we currently have. But I think to some degree, that's one of the things that we're going to probably already have problems with, is that with each LSE essentially having a requirement that is sort of somewhat generic in terms of megawatts, you don't have the coordination across LSE about what megawatts or what types of megawatts are procured. And that, certainly from PG&E's perspective, is something that needs to be addressed in the IRP and should be addressed in the IRP. That said, there might be a way to sort of have some simplification or some simplicity or consistency across the RA program for some period of time. I don't know if that answers the question completely, but we are faced with a fairly difficult problem, and I don't think we should we should shy away from the fact or from acknowledging that it's a fairly significant problem.
Regarding multi-year RA, by equitable cost allocation, do you mean, at least in part, allocation based on each LSE's causation for the need for resources and or something else?
I guess what that question is getting at, from my perspective, what that question is getting at is, how closely are we aligning to what the objective is, or what's stated in the RA code on Section 380, which basically says, my non-professional reading of it is that the LSEs need to show that they have resources to meet their load. And so if you've got it gets to the question to some degree, should requirements be set on a top-down basis, looking at the system requirements and then allocating to LSEs, or do you look at it on a bottoms-up basis where you're looking at each LSE, what its load requirements are and how those loads are set up? There are complications from doing it sort of both ways, and certainly the way the cost causation and how equitable gets put into place, it matters to some degree what that is. I will note that certainly the Edison Cal CCA proposal for the large change, it does switch it from the current top-down approach to a bottoms-up approach. And again, that's something that we should probably be thinking about and talking about and having discussions about whether it makes sense. It probably is a bit more complicated to do it that way. It's probably, and the question to some degree is that complication worth basically having the greater equity that would come out of it? And so that's the way I think about it. I don't know, Greg or Noah, if you have any other reaction.
Well, in a general sense, certainly, WPTF is supportive of rational cost allocation and cost, basically cost allocation being driven by cost causation. So definitely an agreement on that. Peter raises a good point about, I think, to take it a little bit further, that the perfect can be the enemy of the good, right? And so looking back at some work that we did on the CPE and the settlement, and of course, I don't want to go into too much detail because those were settlement negotiations, but we looked at some things that had to do with cost allocation and effectiveness factors and whatnot, and really dug into it, tried really hard to figure out how it works, what's the impact and everything, and got pretty close to where we thought, at least mathematically, we had a construct set up, and this is not in the final sum, but a construct that you could translate effectiveness into the cost allocation, the effectiveness of different resources that are shown by different LLCs. And at the end of the day, the CAISO's like, we don't think it's worth it. It really adds a lot of complication and doesn't really move the needle in any significant manner. I think that's something we need to be cognizant of. Could also happen with cost allocation. The perfect could be the enemy of the good. Let's do it equitably. But at a certain point, it can get so complicated and convoluted that it actually creates more friction for everybody involved, which is contrary to kind of the overarching principles of regulatory certainty and simplicity. And just to be clear, so no one comes back from my group and says, wait, Greg, what are you talking about? The cost allocation needs to be fair. Yes, absolutely. That's the starting point. I was just getting to the issue that we will encounter in a couple different points in this process, where trying to get it absolutely perfect is going to actually not be possible. Either not be possible or be possible, but then it's going to carry its own set of problems and issues.
Yeah, this is Noah. I was going to say, Greg, what are you talking about? But,
yeah, Noah was doing the spreadsheet, so he knows exactly.
Yeah. But both Peter and Greg spoke really well on this, and from SDG, we agree, we're in alignment. Hold on a second, sorry.
This is Michelle from Energy Division. Can I just ask a couple of questions? If each of you could tell me what time frame you're talking about, because I would note that there's a lot of different changes. Well, actually, first I'd like to note that we do have a system forward requirement, because the flexible requirement is 3 years forward, and flexible is about 25,000 of the 50,000 megawatts. We do have at least a 50% 3-year forward requirement. So the other,
Michelle, you mean local, don't you?
oh yeah, I'm sorry. Since we have a 3-year local, local also accounts for system. So we do have effectively a 3-year system requirement. And if each of you could tell me what time frame you're talking about, because we also have CAISO proposing UCAP refinements. They also are proposing different rules for imports, which haven't been implemented. And also there are changes in the day-ahead market that might be coming. So whether there's a real-time must-offer obligation, whether CAISO continues with the RUC process. So in light of these potential changes, what is the time frame for your proposal here?
I'll go ahead and speak first, because I'm probably the most sanguine about this. That ideally we could have this multi-year RA put in place, expanded multi-year RA in place for 2022. It may be a better fit for 2023, both in terms of what's happening on the local RA side and the CPE taking over procurement fully for local, starting with 2023. And that may give time to not only work out the details, which I think we could, the issues we touched upon today could probably be worked out before next year, but also to give room or time for the different initiatives at the CAISO to play out. Just to push back a little bit, Michelle, just because CAISO has proposals, and even looking at how far advanced some of those are in terms of the process, I think we'd all agree that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to be in place at the end of the day. But yeah, in recognition of all the kind of moving parts it may make sense to target 2023 as opposed to 2022. Although if we had our druthers, it would be 2022.
Okay, and another question. Oh, go ahead, Peter. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I got to say, I just want to clarify, Michelle. From PG&E perspective, we certainly see benefits, but we also see challenges, and we are probably, we want to see the challenges to some degree addressed, and addressed in a way that makes sense before implementation. So in terms of a specific timeline, I don't, we've got a lot on our plates in terms of things of changes we're making. It's not clear what we can get done on what time frame. And that's always the case to some degree with the RA program, that from PG&E's perspective, it's less about sort of the timing of it and more about are the issues that are being, that have been brought up, are they being handled in a way that is adequate to make sure that it provides a net benefit?
So one simplifying assumption addressing Brian Thaker's earlier question, like what's one simplification? So Greg, would your members be willing to give up load migration for the forward requirement? Because to me, that would be an incredibly important simplifying assumption.
You mean in terms of adjusting within the year or within the 3-year kind of procurement tranches?
Both.
To give up making adjustments that would otherwise try to accommodate load migration?
Right.
Probably not. I think that I'd be getting out over my skis too far if I said yes. There may be other ways to address that. But I mean, that's certainly something I would take back to my members and give it some serious thought, because it may be possible. We see that there may be some movement in terms of reopening DA. I think the ESPs are very concerned about it. I know the utilities are very concerned from the CCA perspective, and vice versa. That's where that dynamic is there for CCAs and the utilities. And for ESPs, I think they would be hesitant to just say, I would get beat up if I just said yes, particularly from the ESPs, because as you know, they have great concerns about the cost risk associated with forward procurement. If there's a way to mitigate the risk to a significant degree, then maybe that's not a crazy ask.
Well, everyone wants cost certainty and wants to reduce the uncertainty. And so one trade-off, of course, is have multi-year but have less load migration. Yeah,
I mean, maybe there's ways to do that in terms of timing of migration, right? Peter's shaking his head. I'm thinking out loud. This is Greg shooting from the hip here. So the WPTF members on right now don't pillory me later, but maybe an open window season. So it's staged out so that the procurement can come immediately after any load migration and provide the certainty there in terms of the need, and also mitigating the risk for the LSEs and the different So anyhow,
so let me just
more than I should have said, but that is an idea that I have been kicking around in my own head.
Okay, and then the other thing is, what about 3-year forward load forecasts and making those binding? So the issue is that if you have a 3-year system requirement, you're essentially asking people to buy 3 years forward. But if someone expects to lose load to direct access or CCAs, wouldn't it make sense to have a binding forecast where if somebody wants to show up in that 3-year term, they have to commit to that resource? And so the opening is every 3 years. This is the trade-off. So we've had a 1-year program because we've been trying to weigh the needs of all the parties. But if one wants to go to a 3-year forward, there have to be trade-offs.
Yeah, Michelle, this is Peter. I guess from my perspective, you're absolutely right that there have to be trade-offs. And currently we allow customers to move between LSEs. Not necessarily on a timely basis or on a regular basis or those sorts of things. That might be one way to try and address that. I know that there are a lot of LSEs and sort of up and coming LSEs who would not like something like that. They like the fact that they could sort of take load at any time and have it be adjusted. But the fact of the matter is that it basically creates cost. It creates cost shifts or the potential for cost shifts. And so something like having an open season for moving of load between LSEs, that might be one possibility. That would, to some degree, would be something that would help alleviate sort of the problem that's caused by essentially the load shift, if that were to be the case. Usually you're also suggesting that there would be a 3-year forward forecast, and that you would have to take that into account and take that responsibility. Again, those are longer-term responsibilities that LSEs will have to make. It's probably something they should be thinking about doing anyway if they want to get into the business of serving load. But making it a requirement may not be popular amongst some LSEs.
Yeah, it's open enrollment window is one thing, and certainly would not be an easy pill to swallow. I think a binding 3-year load forecast would be a bridge too far. I don't think you could get buy-in from CCAs or ESPs on that. I don't even know if the utilities would want that. But that's not to just completely poo-poo the idea. I mean, we're using kind of terms and constructs to describe things that while I don't think you'll necessarily get buy-in all at once on kind of the definitions we're throwing out now, at least we're getting the conversation going, and it might knock loose some ideas for ways to address it that allow for acceptable trade-offs that don't serve to exclude new market entrants, that don't serve to indefinitely postpone new CCA formation, that don't serve to preclude movement between not only different categories or classes of LSEs, but between entities within, for the ESP, the direct access market, migration between ESPs. So I think you're asking good questions or pointed questions, Michelle. They're difficult questions to answer kind of on the spot. But I think that they definitely serve the purpose of identifying and kind of framing the issues that need to be tackled and challenges that need to be kind of confronted head on, to see if there's ways to work through the issues in a way that not everyone's gonna like. Probably no one will like a lot, but everyone can live with, and that's probably the best outcome.
So there's another issue, and this has to do with market power. So DMM has done analysis to show that, I believe it's the capacity market in the local areas is constrained and subject to market power. I might be getting this wrong. But the system, given that most resources are needed now and certainly in the next several years with the retirement of the OTCs and the retirement of Diablo Canyon and the potential building of new resources, why do we think that market power in the capacity market doesn't exist? That's my first question.
I don't think you can just assume market power. CAISO's taking a look at that.
Sorry, let me just interrupt you for a second, though. CAISO's looking at it in the energy market. I'm talking about the capacity market. So I'm talking about installed capacity. So typically, a competitive market has ease of entry and exit. And in a capacity market, you don't have ease of entry and exit, unless I'm missing something.
Hey, Michelle, this is Noah. I'm wondering, for the RA program that we have, it's basically on, we're not building new resources out of the RA program. We're generally building new resources in the IRP framework. So to the extent that market power exists, I'm not certain how we're going to resolve it in a 3-year forward, 1-year forward timeframe. I think those are more challenges of, for the IRP. And, to be fair, the commission ordered 3,300 more megawatts because of all these challenges that you're stating, as well as, probably another thousands of megawatts because of Diablo.
Yeah, so I guess, so let me just be more pointed. let's say a resource holds out, like some LSEs need the resource and the resource holds out for an exorbitant price. Are you okay with it going through backstop mechanism to address market power, either an RMR or CPM?
You mean letting the ISO sort of manage the market power issue versus an LSC contracting for it above the ISO's potential prices?
Yeah, what if it's 3 times above the CPM price? Let's just make up an example. Somebody's looking for the last little bit of megawatt. Somebody says, I'll sell it to you for, $200 a kW year or $300 a kW year. At what point can the LSE say no? And how do you address that potential?
Yeah,
Michelle, are you getting at the deficiency question, or because you're basically, from my perspective, that's sort of what you're leading to, is to sort of say, is it okay for LSEs to be deficient when it comes to capacity? And I have a whole lot of concern, certainly where there is the ability to do the backstop, and there is a strong backstop mechanism, such as the ISO when it comes to local capacity. I am more comfortable letting things go to a backstop in that regard. But that said, we're talking about forward requirements to meet load that is projected to be there. And so if there isn't sufficient entry, and to some degree, to get sufficient entry, there needs to be high prices to get sufficient entry. High prices may be something that may be necessary to be able to get entry. Alternatively, as Noah points out, the IRP needs to be basically putting things in place and putting capacity in place, and doing so not necessarily to be able to address a market power concern, but to meet the need. I have some reservations to some degree about allowing resource adequacy requirements not to be met by some portion of the load serving entities, because that load is going to be there, or we are anticipating that load is going to be there. It needs to be met. There needs to be somebody who's going to step up and do that. And I think it's, from my perspective, I think from the unique perspective, it's the LSE's responsibility to do that.
I just want to push back a little bit, Michelle, too, on the hypothetical you put out. I think that's that's not realistic. What I've seen from the LSE side in terms of trying to procure on a year-ahead basis, or actually even this year last year and this year for the multi-year local RA out through 2022, is that you don't see that type of behavior. What has been encountered is that LSEs who have local RA under contract are hesitant to transact before they get their final RA allocations, which pushes things kind of to the last minute in terms of shaking loose local RA capacity. We see a problem with the small number, the small volumes when local RA is parsed out on an individual LSE basis. We see asset owners and managers saying, well, crap, I don't want to do necessarily 30 different transactions that are all for different, that are in different sizes over the year to accommodate this LSE's need, that LSE's need. And so some LSE needs to step up and say, well, I'll take the whole tranche. And when they do that, they're going to get the whole tranche at a lower price. And then they are taking the risk of and the burden of trying to do the secondary transactions to shape their portfolio to what they actually need and sell off what they don't need to other LSEs. So that's where I've seen prices that were a little bit surprising in the last couple of years. System, I just don't. I think it's not fair, like I said, to assume market power, that there needs to be a real study of that before we start contemplating imposing measures to address it. One where, to the extent the commission has the ability to do that, that's really something that needs to be proven up before it would be responsible to take measures. Now, if it is proven up, there you go. But if it's not, I don't think it's again, kind of the tail wagging the dog. Let's focus on the things that we can fix to shore up the RA program for reliability purposes. There's a lot of procurement that's coming down the pike, in part through the IRP directives that we already have and what we expect to see in April. That's where you're going to see impacts on market prices through that, I think, more than anything that we could or would want to do through RA.
Okay, I just recall a conversation. Sorry, this will be my last question, and then I'll just leave it for others. I recall a conversation at the CAISO board meeting with Severin Bornstein about the CPM, and I recall him being concerned about people exerting market power in the capacity market. And I recall the CAISO saying that the CPM was there a mechanism to address market power in the capacity market. But I'll go back to that and make sure I understand that fully. But thanks a lot.
Yeah, and we're happy to continue that conversation. I mean, I'm not just saying that that's silly at all. I just wanted to push back a little bit on kind of the hypotheticals there.
Yeah, I mean, Michelle, certainly I agree that the CPM is the ISO's way to handle market power when it comes to local capacity and local capacity requirements. I don't know to some degree whether or not it is there for system. Getting to a system requirement and a system deficiency, it's not at all clear that we have ever seen any CPMing for system deficiencies. And it's not clear whether the market is getting tight enough, although the deficiency report that the ISO put out does show that for September of next year, there is a fairly significant shortfall of what was shown on an annual basis. Now, whether or not that is that actually is there or how that is set up, it is not at all clear in my mind.
This is Jamie. Thanks, Peter. I want to just jump in. I think there's one more question that needs to be read. I don't know if somebody want to read it real fast. Kind of related to this topic.
Sure. Currently, there's a penalty price for deficient system showings and no ability for a waiver. Would these factors need to be reconsidered if system RA requirements are tripled in length, likely increasing deficient showings by LSEs?
This is Noah. Can you talk about what does triple in length mean, and where that sort of assumption comes from?
It's going from 1 year.
Just three to 1 year to 3.
Right. So how would the current penalty framework that we have today for system need to be modified to account for the multi-year forward obligation if we were to move to 3 years out? Would the penalties be tripled in that you're deficient for year 1, year 2, and year 3? I think that's what Patrick meant, although we could unmute him.
Yeah, I guess Patrick, that's a really good question in terms of how should the deficiencies be handled and the penalties for deficiencies be handled under a multi-year framework. I mean, certainly the further out you look and the further out the requirement is, the less critical it is necessarily. If the lights are not going to go out if you don't need a 5-year forward requirement per se, but it would if you were going to if you were much more likely to be problematic if it is a 1-year forward deficiency. So I think the discussion needs to be had. I think from certainly from PG&E's perspective, LSEs are in the business of meeting load. If the obligation is to essentially commit to meeting load on a forward basis, the LSE should step up and do that. And so I understand that there might be some issues with that, and certainly the discussion about market power or the potential for market power is certainly highlighting the fact that we've got a tight market. But I think from my perspective, it's something that needs to be further discussed as to how the deficiencies might go with the multi-year forward requirement.
Thanks. And I have one question, and this was just kind of following up on Greg's presentation or discussion about the MCC buckets. But you mentioned that the MCC buckets may need to be refined, and you don't agree with Energy Division's proposal to make them binding. However, you did mention that that they could be based on performance characteristics. And I just want to better understand what you mean by that. Particularly, like if you can explain, can we, would the performance characteristics be measured and accounted for in the NQC process so that we could identify what bucket each resource fits in ahead of procurement?
Yeah, I think that's right. And again, we're bumping up against the problem of not having the terminology at present that would kind of encapsulate this. When I said binding, I was referring to my understanding of what the Energy Division's proposal was, as explained to me by Peter and Noah last week on our call, what they meant by binding in terms of having that of either a flow, possibly a must flow requirement or a bidding requirement. My thought is that, yeah, you would have buckets that are for different types of resources based upon their performance characteristics, dispatchable and non-dispatchable, perhaps even when during the day they produce energy. And then you might have to have special buckets for storage, different categories of storage, and for DR like we have now. But the idea would be and in that sense, they would be binding, right? Because you couldn't exceed the limits, the MCC bucket limit for particular categories of different resources with the different performance characteristics, because the idea is you want to be able to demonstrate that you have under contract capacity that can perform if called upon during the specific time of day when it would be needed. Does that answer your question, Jamie?
Yeah, I think that's how we kind of define binding in terms of, today we don't have this upfront resource by resource identification of the MCC bucket. So there's this kind of confusion, or even when it comes to compliance, you have like, well, what bucket does this fit in? Is this a use limited resource? And I think, in making a fungible product, you need to let LSEs know up front and the market know up front what resources fit where, so LSEs know what they're contracting for, and won't get hit on the compliance side for not being compliant, right? So I just wanted to dig into that a little bit more, and try to, get us thinking about how we could enhance the current buckets to make them more binding if we want to move in that direction.
Right, because NQC doesn't quite get at it, right? Or neither does ELCC. Doesn't quite get to what you and I are talking about here in terms of performance characters. Those are as close as we have now, terminology as we have now to describe it. But yeah, I think actually that's encouraging. I think we're kind of on the same page in that sense, or close.
Great. Okay. Well, I hate to end the discussion, but we do need to take a break now. I believe it's 11:40, and appreciate the discussion. And I guess is it a 15-minute break? I believe it's a 15-minute break. Renan, can you confirm?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So we'll take a break and then be back at 11:55. If there are other questions that weren't answered in this discussion on multi-year, please reach out to the panelists and get your questions answered after the workshop. Thank you.
Before I sign off, just want to thank everyone for their questions. Good questions that raise important issues that will help us think better and smarter about our own proposals. So much thanks for that.
All right, welcome back to the RA Track 3B workshops, day 2. We're going to get started here. We have a presentation by Energy Division's Donald Brooks on a 2022 loss of load expectancy study. The preliminary results and assumptions will be reviewed. So I will pass the mic over to Donald.
Hello, this is Donald Brooks, representing the Energy Resource Modeling team here in Energy Division. November 23, 2020. I'm just, sorry, I make my camera point correctly. What I did, actually move to the next slide, please. Overview of presentation. Staff performed modeling of the 2022 study year to test establishing, just see what would happen if we wanted to establish the RA obligation through a loss of load study. This slide deck describes our study, some assumptions, and some preliminary results. I guess this isn't necessarily a proposal yet, but it may, if you, upon comment, go somewhere like a proposal. So I just wanted to show the objectives of today's presentation, the overview of study and methods, study results, loss of load results, megawatt capacity required to meet loss of load target. I wanted to highlight on the hours of risk and really talk about a little bit, at least, about maybe a portfolio of resources that might be needed to maintain reliability. And then, of course, next steps, questions and discussions, some conclusions. So that's the overview. If advance the slide, please. Objective of the presentation, you see language from an ordering paragraph of last year's decision. Objectives is to start an initial technical discussion on the use of loss of load studies to set a planning reserve margin for system RA requirements. We're presenting current assumptions used to produce the results, coordinating as we can with the CAISO's RA Enhancement Initiative, which is seeking a UCAP framework. So we have some comparisons with that, and a portfolio sufficiency type test using the stochastic modeling that we did. So we're comparing UCAP and ICAP, and we're calculating capacity contributions. Is everybody hearing me okay so far?
Yes, Donald, we're hearing you fine.
Great. I just wanted to make sure my microphone was working and that my phone connection was okay and that I'm not talking too fast. I'll try and talk slower. Demonstrate the higher risk of loss of load in net peak hours in the late evening, explaining a possible portfolio limitation to add on top of the existing overall RA obligation, and ensure meeting needs during evening net peak load hours. Could you advance the slide, please? So this is boilerplate. You've seen this before. This is an overview of loss of load modeling and some of the big primary assumptions. We're modeling all of WEC. There's 8 regions in California, 4 of which are in the CAISO, 16 regions for the rest of WEC, and they're organized by balancing authority or groups of balancing authorities. Sometimes balancing authorities are really small, so we've aggregated them together, like the Northwest in particular, a bunch of the tiny little ones. The system is configured to assess a given portfolio in a target study year under a range of future weather, 20 weather years, economic output, there's 5 weighted levels, and unit performance. We do 30+ outage draws. And then we do hourly unit commitment and dispatch over the whole 8760, and generating units are modeled individually, except hydro. We actually model hydro with weather year profiles also, and so they're kind of grouped together, but all the other generators are modeled individually. Please advance the slide. And this slide reviews loss of load reliability metrics. Just making sure you knew what a loss of load or what the metrics mean. So loss of load is loss of load expectancy. It's a frequency metric. There's an expected duration metric in loss of load hours, and the expected volume is expected unserved energy. So we talk about expected unserved energy a little later. Staff considered the electric system sufficiently reliable if the probability weighted loss of load, the frequency, is less than or equal to 0.1, which is 1 day in 10 years, or one event in 10 years. And so it could be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just one day with one day that has an event in it, at least one event in it in 10 years. I think that's trying to be as detailed or clear as possible. So the current planning reserve margin construct has become a bit divorced from a loss of load study framework, although originally there was a study much like this one done. I think it was in 2004. Maybe it was 2005. I think it was 2004, one of the two, with a very different, mostly thermal electric fleet. And I don't think it was a monthly study. It was an annual study that determined 15% over an annual peak was enough to about keep us under 1 day in 10 years. So that existing thermal fleet, way back when we did the study 15-ish years ago, it was a more dispatchable fleet. Oh yeah, Carl just said it was in 2004 the study was done. It was adopted in 2005. Great, my memory actually vaguely correct there. And the study and the thermal fleet was more dispatchable and less complicated to plan for. I think that's at least one way of saying that. Thank you. Summary of preliminary findings. Thanks for advancing the slide. Staff performed loss of load modeling, as we said, primarily focusing on the CAISO region in California. So for 4 parts of the 24 or so regions. The fleet as expected to be in 2022, and that includes some new storage build out, particularly to meet the storage mandate that hasn't quite been completed yet, is expected to be reliable, while loss of load is about equal to 0.1. There may be a shortage relative to net qualifying capacity relative to different possible PRM levels. Reliability risk continues to move to the evening, particularly in July and August, with a smaller risk in September, also in the evening. And additional capacity investment is supported by the findings here. So, preliminary findings. Can you advance the slide, please? Just some assumptions. Just wanted to make sure we understood what sort of updating we did. Primarily basing this modeling on the reference system plan modeling that we did earlier this year. The once-through cooling units were extended pursuant to the PUC decision there. We updated everything to the 2019 IPER electric demand forecast. So, additional achievable energy efficiency, the peak demand, the total energy, all the different pieces of the 2019 IPER demand that I think was incremental to the reference system plan, which used the earlier 2018 IPER. The current fleet of CAISO resources, nothing under construction except, like I said, some storage to meet the mandate that is supposed to come online by 2022. We didn't go too far out on a limb of what, in particular, we did not add any of the reference system plans candidate resources that came out of Resolve. I just wanted to make sure I was very clear on that we didn't add any of these candidate resources. Those candidate resources may impact reliability later, but we didn't model them as in this fleet right now. And 5,000 megawatt import limit imposed during summer hour ending 18 to 21. The additional storage and everything also may cause CAISO to be more reliable than our study results presented here, as more storage to meet the 3,300 or 3,500 megawatt mandate that was just adopted actually comes online. It might make CAISO a little more reliable than our study results show here. But we didn't include any of that in the study. Can you advance the slide, please? Here's the Lasso load study results. We're showing annual stuff on the left, and on the right, I wanted to show where the reliability risk was on a monthly basis. So this is an annual study. I didn't try deliberately to create Lasso load in all 12 months like I have done previously. This is an annual study that shows over the annual peak, but it is worth noting that with a stable fleet of resources, even though they operate differently and have outages differently in each individual month, a stable, like annual fleet of resources, is still going to have its loss of load primarily in August and September, August and July, those two highest ones. September is non-zero, but a lot lower. So August is still the primary month when everything, when risk is seen. So you'll see on the left, it is 0.12. Sorry, if you want to go back to the previous slide, I'll say one or two more things about that. Back, there you go. Loss of load is 0.12, which is about 0.1. Loss of load hours are about 1.5 times the loss of load, which tells you that the hours are, that it tends to be about 1.5 hours for each of these outages. We expect about 136 megawatt hours of unserved energy each hour, so 136 megawatts per hour as the magnitude of the outage event. And that's averaged over 10 years. And so individual years might have higher expected unserved energy, but we're not seeing that many events. So we might actually see like 1 year with a much higher EUE. And then all the other metrics there. See, we have a fair amount of loss of reserve from non-spin, but spin is a lot safer. And that plays into, or that is contributing to the fact that our definition of loss of load is spin and regulation, but non-spin does not immediately trigger a loss of load event. That might be something different from what the ISO is doing, where they may want to consider a non-spin shortage to be a loss of load event also. We only consider spin and regulation, not non-spin. So this might be a reason for the ISO to have slightly different results than us. I just wanted to say that. Okay, now we can advance the slide, please. Thank you. So here's a bunch of small little letters. I hope you're able to zoom this in on your computers there. Let me zoom it in so even I can read it. The left is August, the right is September. I just wanted to show you the Aug and Sep there in the column there. This is our balance. The yellow highlighted ones are using the adopted technology factors that are in the NQC list, the yellow highlighted ones. All the rest are using, I guess I should have highlighted solar and wind there also. They're using the ELCC values. The rest of those in white, except for, like I said, solar and wind, which are using ELCC values. The rest of those are the outage factors that the ISO calculated as part of the UCAP D-rates that they're using for their study. I just wanted to show you what it would look like. So there's an ICAP, which is just the NQC calculations, but no outages. Then UCAP is NQC calculations and outage D-rate that the ISO prepared. And so you can see in the blue cells highlighted there how that makes a big difference in terms of the capacity margins needed. Keep in mind, this is the same megawatt nameplate of capacity accounted for and calculated through two different ways. And so the same fleet will be 125% under a ICAP method, 117.6 under a UCAP method in August. Another key point here is that these vary by month. Why? Because peak load varies by month. And as well, ELCC values are variable by month. So you'll see, for example, the solar has 27% in August, and it's down to 14% in September. That means the same megawatts of solar have much lower capacity contribution in September, which means the PRM goes down just because of ELCC, not because of anything else. And it doesn't mean that September is more risky. If you'll refer to a previous slide, you recall that September is actually far less loss of load than August was. So the lower capacity, so the higher capacity margin in August doesn't mean August is safer. In fact, August is less safe. Just wanted to point out all the way that all that stuff works together. Which is why I'm showing 2 months here, because the note at the bottom says maybe it's better to have an average PRM across a couple of months. I could say that 109.5 is the right UCAP PRM, for instance, but I think I want to make sure that I get some averaging with say what's going on in August. And I will also say that it might be worthwhile to average ELCC factors across peak months to get one stable factor that allows for a more stable accounting, so that we don't have what appear to be very erratic PRMs across various months here. I'm just going to say that. And like I said, I didn't try and create monthly obligations here. I just wanted to create annual obligations just to let us know what sort of a preliminary thinking about what it might be if we tried to create RA obligations with a loss of load study. Okay, just say that. Yes, next slide. That's great. So just comparing UCAP loss of load versus UCAP NQC in August of what exists right now on the right now NQC list. UCAP loss of load for September versus the UCAP NQC in September based on the what's right on the NQC list right now. And again, these totals in the blue columns don't include specified imports. So that might be another issue of what's some things to think about there. There is a comparison of NQC on the NQC list versus NQC that is derated capacity as was used in the loss of load model, which I will remind reached a 0.1 loss of load. So the capacity that we modeled in this study was pretty much right on the nose of what we needed to meet loss of load of 0.1. So I didn't need to add anything or take away anything to hit 0.1. We just kind of hit 0.1 natively, which tells you that we are maybe right on the edge of being risky, even with the storage mandate stuff that is in the fleet right now. So there is some, so what I will say is that what exists is 11%. What we had in our study is 117%. So it's about 6% in September and about 6% in August that we show an NQC shortage right now. And again, not including any of the specified imports. I also added demand response to the compilation of what's on the NQC list. Demand response isn't on the NQC list right now, but I just added it because it does meet towards the planning reserve and it is a capacity resource. So shortage of about 6% in August, about 6% in September relative to the loss of load study results. This translates to about 2,700 megawatts. I think I quickly did the math right. That's about 2,700 megawatts there. Of the blue column versus the pink column right next to it. And so, yeah, available NQC depends heavily on ELCC values. Month-specific ELCC values may lead to what appear to be a little more erratic planning reserve totals. But we probably are looking at, if you wanted to average 9 and 17, you get to about 13%. 13.6% PRM on a UCAP framework. If you averaged the totals from the previous slide, you get about a 22.8% PRM in an ICAP framework. See how big that difference is. I think that's the same. I think that's so the impact of adding outage rates to thermal resources is about whatever 8-9% there. Yep, moving on. Let's move on to the heat map, the next slide, go forward one. Yeah, so this is just another way of showing August and July have the highest amount of risk. September is non-zero, but a whole lot lower. Okay, it's an expected outcome as PV shifts everything towards the evening peak, and that is likely to continue, likely to get worse, likely to just continue to be the situation going forward. Just making sure you see across the months and across the hours of the evening when exactly the loss of load happened. Okay, can you move forward one slide? This is a hourly depiction of dispatch of the different generation types. And I just put a box around the hours when we see the loss of load, particularly from the previous slide. This is a day with very high expected unserved energy. This is one we pulled out of our hourly dispatch reports. I just wanted to show you what is significant about those hours. One is that solar really decreases, thermal ramps up, even the red at the bottom, which is geothermal, we allow some limited, or think that as steam. Yeah, even the red at the bottom, which is steam, does some ramping up to meet the meet the additional load that solar isn't able to meet because it ramps down. Let's see where geothermal is. Geothermal is the orange. If you look, yeah, that's a really small bar, but even geothermal dispatches up slightly. So we're really getting everything all hands on deck during those 3 or 4 hours at the end of the day. So in a situation, much like we had in August, where we had really constrained imports during these early evening hours, everything really needs to be all hands on deck as solar ramps down in the evening hours. This is a fleet that does not have, that's still at even 1,500-ish megawatts, isn't a whole lot of battery storage. So you'll see the battery storage is really a small pink on the bottom there as it charges, and then a small pink bar there in the early evening as it discharges. There's still more value for more batteries, but eventually we're going to get to the point where the batteries even saturate. And we may need to think about something else later. But yeah, that's just a day with a lot of load. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Michelle. Can I just ask you a question about this? So
Yeah.
What is the top bar, the top brown bar?
That is imports.
And are imports constrained in your model only between hours 19 and 22? Because that looks like you go from hour 17 to 18, and it looks like it's cut in half.
That's right. We particularly tried to constrain imports in a particular period of the day just to see what that happened. But yes, that is the effect of constraining imports.
What did you constrain it? Sorry, could you just tell me what you constrained it at?
We constrained it at 5,000 megawatts, but we included Hoover, Intermountain, and Palo Verde as inside the CAISO. So it roughly correlates to about 6,400 megawatts of the imports that are constrained, that we commonly think of as being the import constraint.
Okay, and it looks like you didn't constrain it in all hours, just hours 18 to 22?
Yes. What we found, yes. So we wanted to have imports able to meet the non-peak times, but these peak times we really wanted to really force so that we saw what was needed for more reliability in those hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. A possibility is to constrain the imports earlier in the day. As you see, here's a zoom in on just those hours. You can see how the brown bar on top really decrements after hour ending 17. A thought is to try decrementing the imports earlier or limiting the imports earlier and seeing if that affects things. It's possible. Okay, preliminary conclusions. Investment in additional RA capacity is warranted by study results as currently there. Is shortage of NQC relative to the loss of load study. Reliability problems remain focused, I think as we just talked about, 18 to 20. But if we limited imports earlier in the day, we might see that go back to hour ending 17 even. That's when you saw the bigger bar. The CAISO fleet, at least what we put into the loss of load study, meaning if we meet the storage mandate, it's pretty reliable right now, but particular months exhibit shortages relative to counting NQC, and we're on the edge. We're right at that point where we start to get worried. So again, investment in additional capacity is warranted just by seeing how risk is present and right at the threshold of where we should become concerned.
This is Michelle from Energy Division. One additional question. In response, there are also questions in line. In response to your previous question, you said that you modeled the Hoover and Palo Verde as internal to the CAISO, but I thought when we were looking at the QC, the NQC and the LOLE above, you said you didn't model the specified imports, and Hoover and Palo Verde are the largest of the specified imports.
Right. To be clear, what I did in those charts is I put Palo Verde, Hoover, and Intermountain in the interchange line just so it would be the same as the CAISO interchange line to compare to. But yes, those three resources in particular were modeled in CAISO. Everything else, including, what are they? There's Grady Wind, there's the other half of Sutter. There's that South Point CC. There's all that stuff that's on the specified imports list. The other tab that is not, that is modeled as an import into CAISO. But those three specific resources, the part of Intermountain that goes to CAISO, the part of Hoover that goes to Edison, and the part of Palo Verde that goes to CAISO were modeled as in CAISO, but everything else, all the other specified imports weren't.
Okay,
and
Donald.
this is Jamie. I just want to do a time check real fast. So we have about 10 minutes for discussion before we break for lunch. And so if we could start maybe moving into some of those questions, Michelle, if you want to.
One more quick one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Donald, though, when you say that you're modeling the specified imports, just FYI, when I look at the nuclear, I see only 2200, which is just Diablo. So if you modeled it as in CAISO, I would expect the nuclear to be 700 more for Palo Verde. Okay, thanks.
Right. Just to make that chart work, what I did is I took the piece of Palo Verde and moved it into the interchange line. But for modeling, those modeled as inside the CAISO. I just really wanted to make those charts like have the numbers line across. You know what I mean? So, like I said, yes, Palo Verde, Intermountain, and Hoover were modeled as in CAISO, and so things on them. So yeah, the nuclear should be about 29-ish hundred, and we should have about 480 megawatts of coal in the chart as well. That's another place where you would see that the coal was like 10 megawatts, so it wasn't including Intermountain. Also, you'd see that I moved the specified imports into that interchange line just so, 63 or 64 would be about 63 or 64, and I wouldn't have just the conversation we're having right now. I would try to not have it. But anyway, Palo Verde, Intermountain, Hoover modeled in CAISO.
Let's jump into our questions. Simone, do you want to go through, starting with Carl?
Carl would like to know, first, how did you develop the 8760 load profiles? And then what can we draw from the study about PRM needs for the other 9 or 10 months of the year?
8760 profiles were developed using a weather normalization program that has been described elsewhere. They're posted to the PUC website now as part of the reference system plan in an integrated resource plan proceeding. We took, weather data and we took weather data for the last 5 years and actual electric demand data for the last 5 years and developed used regression analysis to develop a prediction function, and then used that prediction function across 20 years of actual weather to develop 20 years of what would have been electric demand given those last 20 years of weather. It's, I think, similar to how other people do the same exercise. And like I said, the hourly electric demand profiles for all 20 of those weather years are currently posted to the PUC website and have been since about July of last year. So it's the same hourly electric demand used in the integrated resource plan proceeding. Same for the wind generation and solar generation. We have the weather stations, the clusters where we collect weather data and use that. And so every weather station's hourly 8760 for 20 years is posted to the PUC website. The same place the electric demand shapes are posted. And what's that say about the other 9 months of the year? That unless I remove a lot of generation, they're all reliable. If I just had an annual resource adequacy obligation that had if everybody signed contracts that made that same set of generators available in all 12 months, we would really only have loss of load at all in these 3 months. But we do contracting on a month-by-month basis. So less contracting in off-peak months could mean could mean loss of load in off-peak months also if less generation is available. Does that answer the question?
Thanks, Donald. I think
that Matt has a question, Matt Barmack has a question about the interchange values.
Mm-hmm.
Why
Yeah.
is interchange more than 6,000 megawatts? I thought that imports were capped at 5,000 megawatts, at least in critical hours. I think you answered this a little bit already with Michelle's question.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a similar question too. In your decision to constrain imports in peak hours, is that based on assuming a physical limitation of generation or transmission?
Yeah, I'm using the 63-ish 100 megawatt value to do a capacity balance or a loads versus resources comparison. But the only physical limit in the model right now is, like I said, 5,000 megawatts during hour ending 18 to 21 or so in the summer months. That's the only physical limit. The other physical limit is about 11,600, which is the MIC values.
And Donald, I have a question. It's kind of more so to bring kind of to light maybe, what changes are needed with the current RA construct. And I guess when you model the system for reliability using an LOLE study, using the current fleet without the additional resources that have been procured underneath the IRP procurement decision, the system shows it's reliable. However, when you do a mock-up of what that looks like on the NQC list, there shows a shortage. And I'd like maybe for us to kind of think about why that is. Is there energy-only resources that are providing reliability? Are we not capturing things in NQC values that we should be? Things like that. Could you maybe talk a little bit about that?
Yes, that is so true. There are quite a number of energy-only resources on the NQC list, which constrain their ability to count towards resource adequacy obligations, but those resources are in fact there and generating megawatts in times when there's not a transmission constraint that curtails them. So yes, energy-only is a reason why some resources would not be available and why there would be a difference between a loss of load study result and a NQC list comparison. So yes, that's one reason. The other reason could well be that ELCC values need to be recalibrated or rethought, or we need month-specific RA obligations that have varying PRM levels. Our effort to use a 15% planning reserve in all 12 months makes it very, very important that we calibrate each individual month's ELCC values toward achieving a 15% planning reserve. So you see how the same fleet of resources, given a month-specific loss of load study or a month-specific ELCC value, can have very different capacity contributions. And then when you add in that some of them might be energy only, you detract further from the qualifying capacity available to meet RA obligations. So yeah, there's a lot of study-based, loss of load study-based reasons why you would see a set of resources stacked up against load, but then the NQC list itself introduces other complexities that make some accounting things seem different.
Thank you, Donald. Okay, so we have a bunch of questions. Simone, do you want to? We only have a few minutes left before we break for lunch, and we might have to go into a few minutes of lunch. Simone,
I thought one we could address is Matt Barmack would like to know what the CPUC plans to do with his analysis.
I don't know, frankly. A proposal or something that says that tries to set a planning reserve at a different level, maybe a higher level than 15%, tries to memorialize something about ICAP versus UCAP ways of calculating capacity credit. Maybe does something different with, are we doing are we doing each month individually, or do we average a PRM? Is there a peak or an off-peak planning reserve margin? And is there a peak and off-peak ELCC value instead of month-specific values? try to make that a little more stable. Also wanted to, again, highlight that the even if we expand our import limits a few hours, what we are likely to see is that reliability risk is in the evening hours, and it is caused by some intermittent resources becoming unavailable, in this case, solar. So focusing in on making sure, so even this year in our actual life event that we had, having additional dispatchable, non-energy limited resources available in the evening peak would have provided us some relief. And so maybe that is an important portfolio obligation to layer on top of the general have enough capacity obligation, which we currently have. We maybe focus on energy available energy on dispatchable resources, which are available to ramp up and down during those particular hours. So it's an operational requirement and a time requirement. Could be very useful. And so that's maybe a part of what we were trying to get at with the MCC buckets way back when we built them. You know, a long time ago, we were trying to get at this sort of operability and avoid over-reliance on use-limited resources element that we see right now.
All right, so we are at our time for this section of the day, and I do see a few questions still in the chat or the Q&A. Donald, would you be able to attempt to answer them in writing in the Q&A?
Sure, like the Q&A boxes here on this WebEx.
Yes. So this way we could attempt to get parties an answer in this, you know, today, but if not, we'll have to take these questions offline.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'm scrolling down to the bottom, and there's a few of these questions that haven't been answered verbally. Yes, I'll try. I'll get at this right now. The ones that weren't answered verbally.
Great, and we're going to take an hour break for lunch and be back at, I believe, 1:30. And I do think that you also presented a slide on next steps. So there was a few questions about what we plan to do with the results. And so there was a next step slide there that people can refer to. Yeah, so have a good lunch, everybody, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Okay, can I say that any of the question, like if it's a question about next steps, can I say they've been answered? There's a couple of questions here about, are we going to submit a proposal? What do we want to do with these results? What's the next steps here? We may submit a proposal related to, in particular, PRM levels, PRM average across the peak months, and maybe something to do with this energy sufficiency in particular hours of the day requirement. So those three elements might show up in a proposal. Still thinking about how we want to do that. Does that answer that question?
Yeah, I think that answers it. You could just say answered verbally.
Great.
Thanks, Donald.
But I will say that if I were to do that, it would probably make things look a little worse. And we would have, you know, that might be a challenge going forward. So it would probably make it look worse. I didn't adjust anything because of this heat storm event.
Then, in RA enhancements, the CAISO is doing a similar study. Which study will ultimately be used by the CPUC and the CAISO?
That is above my pay grade. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think you already addressed whether these have full deliverability status. Right. Some do and some don't. Right.
Okay. So I'll cut and paste all of these into a document for you folks, or how Simone, can you maybe send me an email with these questions? And I'll answer them back to you, Simone,
I have a record of the answers and questions, but we could also type them into the Q&A. And then I believe the Q&A is also kind of a formal a recorded document that can be referred to. If we want, we could just put them in the Q&A and then publish the Q&A.
If you click on the question, Donald, you can answer it in the box.
Well, okay.
But Simone, from the chat, should we put the chat questions in here in the Q&A?
I got a new one. Let's see if the problem is that when if anyone is still there, we encourage you to put your question in the Q&A, not in the chat, so that all panelists can see it. Put one down and it comes out as an answer.
Values reflect availability. Today, resources show their QC minus any adjustments for deliverability, and forced outages are covered through substitution rules and our RAIM tool. So for a little bit of background, the CAISO observed about a 10% average system forced outage rate. And the PRM, forced outage substitution rules, and RAIM have proven inadequate to replace capacity on forced outage. We've done some analysis in the RA Enhancements Initiative that shows this, and we think there's numerous benefits to incorporating forced outages up front in the capacity value of the RA resources. The first is that UCAP will dynamically change with the fleet's forced outage rate. Resources will get new UCAP values each year to reflect their historic availability. And relying solely on the PRM, which is more of a static value at this point, may lead to over or under procurement if future outage rates change over time. And then I also wanted to add that under this proposal, the PRM would account for, or would need to account for 6% of our operating reserves, or for operating reserves, plus some level of forecast error based on the load levels that we're planning for. So basically this, under this proposal, the PRM wouldn't need to account for forced outage rates because it would be already included in the capacity value for the RA resources. Another benefit is that unforced capacity evaluations promote procurement of the most dependable and reliable resources up front by accounting for historical unavailability in their capacity value. This will also allow us to eliminate the complicated and ineffective forced outage substitution rules that we have in place today. Next slide, please. So we're proposing to integrate the UCAP evaluations into the existing NQC process that we have in place today. The CAISO will conduct a two-step process to assess resources QC values that include deliverability and availability. So the first step is performed already today as part of the NQC process. The ISO will conduct resource deliverability assessments and adjust for deliverability, creating a deliverable QC value for the resource. Then we would move on to step 2, which is the new piece under UCAP. We would apply the non-availability factor to the deliverable QC, resulting in the NQC value for the resource under UCAP. This will allow the capacity value to still be expressed in terms of NQC, which should address stakeholder concerns around existing contracts. That's something that we heard from stakeholders that was a larger concern there. So we're hoping this proposal will address that. And then another note is that the must offer obligation will be made in terms of the deliverable QC. And this is kind of a foundational aspect of the UCAP proposal, because showing the NQC and setting the, or showing the DQC and setting the MU at the proportional DQC assumes that some portion of the RA fleet will be on forced outage at any given time. And this allows us to eliminate the substitution rules, because effectively resources are offering at their DQC unless they're on outage. So this proposal is something that we heard from SCE that we are adopting within the RA enhancements proposal. We previously had two options, and we're moving forward with this one that would introduce the deliverable QC term and then incorporate the UCAP non-availability factor into the NQC value. So here on this next slide, we go into a little bit more about the approach that we are using to determine the UCAP values. We are proposing to utilize a seasonal availability factor-based approach for UCAP determinations during the tightest system supply conditions by looking at the hourly RA supply cushion and looking at when resources are on forced outage during those hours. And Bridget will get into more detail on how we're doing that. Resource availability factors will incorporate historical forced and urgent derates and outages to determine the resource's expected future availability and contribution to reliability. The basic UCAP methodology will be used for thermal and storage resources, but we recognize that this baseline methodology won't be appropriate for all resource types, and so we provide augmented methodologies as well to determine these resources' average availability. If we could go on to the next slide, please. The CAISO is considering forced and urgent outages in the UCAP calculation. As part of the RA enhancements proposal, we're looking to align our outage definitions with the RC outage definitions. I don't really go into what those all are on this slide, but basically what we have listed are the 4 outage types and their priorities from highest to lowest. So we have a forced outage, which is an outage taken in real time, the resource is already out. An urgent outage, which is where an outage is imminent and must be taken right away. Those are both the highest priority outages, followed by planned outages, which are submitted within our planned outage study timelines and follow our planned outage process. And then finally, opportunity outages, which are those that are requested after the planned outage study timelines, but can be accommodated based on system conditions. So forced and urgent outages will be considered in the UCAP calculation. Planned and opportunity outages will not. And this establishes the incentives to conduct resource maintenance to avoid unplanned outages and incentivizes proper planning so that we don't wait till outages are imminent or are already occurring, basically allowing us to incentivizing resources to take more planned outages than waiting till forced or urgent. Another thing that I want to note before moving on from this is a limited set of forced or urgent outages won't be included in the UCAP calculations. Those are ones that are either transmission induced or caused by some force majeure event, like a natural disaster. So those are the outages that we are looking at when we're talking about those that will be incorporated in the UCAP calculation. And we'll go into additional details on how that will be performed in the next slides. So if we can move on to the next slide, please, and I'll hand it over to my colleague, Bridget Sparks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to provide some details around the exact methodology we will be using to perform this assessment. So as Lauren said, we will be evaluating resources, force and urgent outage rates during a subset of hours. And so to identify those, we're using the top 20% of tightest supply, RA supply cushion hours. And so what the RA supply cushion represents is we take the daily shown RA values, including wind and solar, and then we subtract out planned, opportunity, urgent, and forced outages, subtract out net loads, and subtract out contingency reserves. So what we're left with is how much shown RA is left over after we take into account these outages, serving net demand, and covering contingency reserves. And with the idea being that if there is a low RA supply cushion, this indicates the system has fewer assets available to react to any unexpected outages or load increases, and indicates a higher real-time system resource adequacy risk. So that's sort of the logic behind how do we evaluate when these resources were in demand on the system if we only had the RA resources to rely on. Some details are that the contingency reserves represent regulation up, spin, and non-spinning reserves. Finally, we are proposing to calculate UCAP on a seasonal basis, as Lauren mentioned. And so we are defining those peak months as May through October, and then off-peak months as November through April. So these two seasons align with what we typically think of as summer, and the distribution of the supply cushion also supports lumping these months together, as well as matching what the CPUC is defined as summer for the purposes of its penalty charges. Next slide. And so in the appendix slide, we provide more data analysis that we did looking at what the RA supply cushion looked like for May 2018 through October 2020 to see how this methodology performs and what some of the patterns were in the data. And so what we observed is that there's a significant difference in the top 20% of RA supply cushion, depending on if you're peak or off-peak. And so in peak months, the UCAP assessment hours would cover RA supply cushions that are less than or equal to 8,800 megawatts, whereas off-peak months, type supply cushion hours are at 2,800 megawatts and below. And so the real difference between these two sort of megawatt thresholds are that, as most people know, peak months, the RA showing requirements are much higher. So we're already starting off with a larger pool of megawatts that we deduct from versus off-peak, which is much lower. Also, we observe higher planned outage rates in off-peak months. So these two things are sort of driving the discrepancy in the sort of cutoff point for when supply cushion is a UCAP assessment hour or not, and also necessitates the need to sort of separate out these two time periods, because if we just relied on the sort of annual RA supply cushion to determine when we measure forced outage rates, we would be sampling too many hours in these off-peak months, when most people know that the summer months are when we have greater concerns around ability to meet load and contingency reserves, et cetera. So the data supports, again, separating out these 2 months or these two time periods. Another thing that the data shows is that the majority of UCAP assessment hours fall in that evening net load ramp period. So roughly 68% of hours fall between hours 18 and 22. And then the off-peak seasons, we also see about 10% of the hours being drawn from the morning ramp period, hours 6 through 8. So again, this is kind of showing us that this methodology is sampling from hours of what we know of as greatest concerns for our operators. And so again, we'll be selecting hours when we would want this methodology to observe. finally, the median number of UCAP assessment hours per day are 4 hours during peak months and 5 hours during off-peak months. So again, we're capturing a similar number of observations as we do with RAIN today, where we look at 5 assessment hours. So again, we're basically sampling resource availability similar to how we would with RAIN today. Finally, the supply cushion covers 81% of days per season on average. So again, we're getting a really good snapshot on the resources availability under conditions and we want them to be available. Next slide. So once we've identified these UCAP assessment hours, these next steps illustrate how we would then get to the final availability factor for each resource. So again, the first step would be to determine when the UCAP assessment hours are, by identifying which hours fall in the top 20% of tightest RA supply cushion hours for each season. And then for each of those hours, we would determine the hourly unavailability factor by looking at the forced and urgent outages for that resource as a percentage of PMAX. So this hourly unavailability factor would tell us for that hour what percent of the resource's PMAX was unavailable. Next step is then to determine a seasonal average availability factor, which is basically taking an average of this hourly unavailability factors -1, which will convert it to an availability factor for each season. So again, it'll tell you sort of on average for this season, what was the resources availability. Next, we're also proposing to do a 3-year look back to determine the resources average availability, and we're going to weight the most recent year's performance more heavily than prior years to again incentivize good maintenance and to emphasize most recent performance. So for each of the 3 years, we would weight the first year, most recent year as 45%, the second year as 35%, and then the last third year as 25%, again, to more heavily weight more recent performance. Finally, once we get this weighted seasonal average availability factor for each season, we will multiply this by the deliverable capacity of the resource, which will determine the monthly NQC for on and off-peak values for each resource. And again, the NQC will be sort of the capacity value with a recognition that the DQC is what the resources must offer obligation will be set at. And so again, as Lauren mentioned, this is how we will get this sort of substitution upfront for these forced outage rates. And as a reminder, this basic methodology will apply to thermal resources as well as storage. Next slide. So again, as Lauren mentioned, we recognize that this base methodology may not be appropriate for all resources. And so we've also developed modifications to this baseline methodology for non-conventional generation. So for our wind and solar resources, we will continue to use the ELCC values generated by the CPUC as the NQC value for these resources. For demand response, as you will hear later, we are proposing that the CPUC adopt an ELCC methodology for DR resources. However, if the CPUC chooses not to adopt this, then we would develop a historic performance measure that would look at the DR's performance relative to dispatch, which would also include test events. And this would be done at the DRFP level. Next, for QF, we would do a similar historic performance relative to dispatch to see, again, how well these resources performed relative to what they were instructed to. For hydro resources, we're looking at a longer-term historic year weighted average assessment based on recently adopted methodologies by the CPUC, recognizing that hydro conditions need a longer look back to get more of the dry years included in the sort of average assessments. And so we're proposing a longer look back for hydro resources. For hybrid resources, we're looking to consider the dynamic limit tool that the CAISO is developing in our phase 2 hybrids initiative to include in the hourly unavailability factor. And so for folks that are not familiar, the dynamic limit tool is a way for hybrid operators to indicate how much of their resource can be contributing to the market. So it's a way to reflect the limitations of the VERT component. And so there's another way that unavailability is modeled. And so there's a need to include this factor along with any sort of mechanical outage on the resource. And so we are still slightly tweaking this exact formulation of how we would do this. And so in our final proposal, we'll have a more detailed outline around how we will be treating hybrids. But I know there's been some concerns by stakeholders around potential double counting with around how the CPUC does the QC methodology for hybrid resources. And we want to sort of rest assured that we are aware of those differences and are going to ensure that there isn't this double counting, double penalizing. But again, we'll provide more clear details in our next proposal. And then for import resources, as you will also hear later today, we are proposing different transmission firmness requirements that resources can flow on. And so if these resources flow on non-firm transmission and there's a curtailment, then that transmission curtailment would also be included in the import unavailability factor to again represent that they weren't able to honor their dispatch award. So it's another way that they can represent unavailability that we want to capture in the UCAP. And then finally, for non-dispatchable resources is the qualifying methodology.
Hi, can everyone hear me? It sounds like Bridget got dropped off the call. So this is Lauren. I can cover this last piece if folks can hear me okay.
Yeah, Lauren, I can hear you. I was wondering if it was on my end, but yeah, why don't you go on and until Bridget gets back on.
Okay, yeah, she'll call back in. But basically what Bridget was just describing is for non-dispatchable resources, if the QC methodology already takes into account historic forced outage rates, then there isn't a need to do that extra step, and the DQC will equal the NQC. So I think we can move on to the next slide. Bridget, it looks like she's back on, so she can go ahead and take over from here.
Thanks, Lauren. Sorry, guys, my phone suddenly disconnected. What this slide is showing is, and you'll also see on the appendix slides to the presentation, is we took the fuel type average outage rate and calculated sort of a representative weighted seasonal average availability factor for these different resource types, and with a few sort of simplifying assumptions based on the data. And so what this chart is showing is the first column shares the peak month weighted seasonal average availability factor for the different fuel types. And then we applied it to the June 2020 showing. And so the second column is the June DQC. So it's what today we think of as the shown NQC. And then we applied the weighted seasonal average availability factors to the DQC to sort of get what the June showings would be under this new UCAP paradigm. And what I think is promising about, and what this chart really shows, is that that the fleet had a 10.6% reduction from NQC which matches the 10% system forced outage rates that we observe. So what this chart is really showing us is that this UCAP methodology is structured in such a way that if these resources are offering up at their DQC, we will be able to cover that 10% forced outage rate for the system. Some things to kind of note to sort of caveat these results is that TR, hydro, and the import resources are estimated based on forced outage rates, which are different from the methodologies that we showed on the previous slide. And then this chart also doesn't distinguish between dispatchable and non-dispatchable resources. And so the outage rates may be more deducted than they should be for these kinds of resources. But again, this just gives sort of an indication of how this methodology might work in practice. And so also attached in the appendix is, again, a more detailed calculation for each of these fuel types, as well as the detailed formulas on the basic UCAP methodology steps, and then also more of the data on the RA hourly supply cushion. And so with that, I think we will turn to Q&A.
Okay, great. We've got a few questions here. First, how did you decide on 20% for the supply cushion?
Great. So in the appendix slide, we provide the, let me see. So it's the second slide of the, yeah, sorry. So one more. Okay, so this chart shows, again, the percentile distribution of the hourly RA supply cushion for 5 peak and off-peak seasons. And so here you'll see the full percentile distribution. And what is clear from this chart is there doesn't seem to be a very clear either inflection point or an obvious choice of this is how many hours you should evaluate. And so because of this, we decided to sort of look at our existing RAIN methodology for inspiration. And so today in RAIN, we look at 5 assessment hours, Monday through Friday, which is roughly 20% of weekday hours. And so because we want a 24/7 evaluation, we included the weekends. And so we're looking at 20% of hours. Additionally, percent of hours is the right methodology to go with because as you can see, there's a different number of hours depending on if you are peak and off peak. There's also differences across year in terms of how much of the supply cushion there is, which is kind of driven by changes in net loads, changes in outage patterns. And so with this methodology, you wouldn't want to select a set megawatt threshold. You'd want to set something that is percent-based because then you know that each evaluation period you're looking at the same sample size of hours. And so it was 20% again because it is reflective of what we do with RAIN today. It also provides, again, a sufficient number of hours per day. It covers, 80% of days, and again, pulling from hours from that net load period. And so we felt that this was sort of a reasonable approach to sample the availability of resources.
How do these hours compare to the hours using an LE analysis?
Well, so if we take what Donald presented before lunch, his results showed that the hours of concern of LOE tend to fall in that 18 to 20 range. And I believe if you go to the next slide, One more, please. So here is looking at what in the operating day where the UCAP assessment hours are being pulled from. And as you can see, while there is hours outside of that 18 to 20 range, they tend to be concentrated in those same hours of concern that we saw in Donald's LOE study. And so again, I think you'll get a good sample. You're observing the availability during those hours when we're elected to see a loss of load event. But with UCAP, it also provides an incentive mechanism because you won't know with certainty when a UCAP assessment hour will fall, and so you'll be incentivized to keep your forced outage rates low because, as you can see, hours are pulled from outside of that depending on the supply cushion conditions, and so you'll want to be available 24/7. And so we think, while we didn't directly compare it to an LOE study, I think that there is sort of correlations between what Donald presented before lunch around when hours of concern are and when this methodology will be sampling hours from.
If the LOE analysis shows that there's only loss of load in hours ending 18 to 20, what's the justification for looking at additional hours?
Because as the CAISO, we have to supply load 24/7. And so if resources, and we observe this today with rain, they know ahead of time that they have to be available in rain assessment hours. And so there is potential gaming behavior where they, go on a forced outage in the morning and then return to service in the evening, which could, in the future, potentially lead to loss of load events in these other hours. And so by looking potentially at a 24/7, any of these hours could be a UCAP assessment hours, you decrease that kind of gaming behavior, incentivize more availability among these resources. And so again, because this is sampling hours, it will change depending on how physical conditions change. So it's sort of future-proofing as we get a new fleet of resources. These patterns could change, but this methodology will be able to pick up those changes and assess availability during those times of critical need.
Bridget, this is Carl. I would like to add on to that, Donald's LOLE and frankly any LOLE, its output is when you have the true shortfalls, but it doesn't give you a sense of when you were close or how close you were in any other intervals. And what you see here and are able to capture here based on the supply cushions of RA is when we see the RA fleet starting to get thin, though it may not be to the levels that would trigger something in a loss of load type of study, but it is starting to get a bit lean and maybe more constrained from an RA standpoint.
There was a follow-on question about the hours ending 6 to 8, that the CAISO's reliability assessment didn't show any shortfalls in that period. So why are those included?
So again, this is Carl, the same answer. I mean, the reliability and LOLE hours are just when you see or when that showing triggers as a deficiency, but it's not to say that it won't show up in the future. As Bridget noted, that the benefit of using a percentile of hours as opposed to a fixed window is it does kind of allow for the tool to adapt to future changes in the system, such that, to the extent that we do start seeing, for example, loss of load type events or scarcity events in the morning, ramp, we already have a tool that's well set up and capable of adjusting for that.
You said you would use ELCC values for solar and wind. Does that mean you would begin to impose those values on LRAs that don't currently use them?
So that is something that the CAISO has flagged as something that needs further discussion in terms of in our tariff, how much deference we give to LRAs. And so we are internally discussing that at the moment.
The lack of substitution making RAIN not work as intended, has the CAISO considered raising the RAIN penalty price and removing exemptions to improve the substitutions? Is it also driven by the bilateral market and difficulty of obtaining capacity?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah,
Sure.
I got it, Bridget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have looked at RAIN and what it would take to fix RAIN. Again, to make it work as intended, raising the price, again, setting that where it was is arguably, we've heard that that's problematic to try and raise that. But I think more importantly, it's some of the disincentives that RAIN creates as far as the liquidity for the market as a whole. What we're seeing is the more substitution rules we have out there, the more risk-averse utilities or load-serving entities will want to make sure they hold on to some of their excess capacity to the extent they have some to maybe avoid some of those unnecessary penalties if they were able to get capacity on the cheap or it's utility-owned generation, and it allows them to avoid potentially a $6.31 penalty. They can do that. So, looking to, what's exempt in those, we can try and adjust that. And I think that's part of what we're doing in terms of what gets captured under UCAP, meaning what forced outage rates are reflected there. But it's really the disincentives that having some of these backside penalties and replacement obligations have that are damaging some of the liquidity of the overall capacity market.
Hey, Carl, this is Michelle Keto with the Energy Division. You said that it would be difficult to raise the price. Why would that be?
First off, I think that we don't want to make that penalty price, what's the word I want? I guess, not retaliatory. I'm missing the word. Basically, we don't want to make it overly harsh for a single outage. I think there are, one could justify reasons why you might, i.e. Scarcity conditions or just general shortfalls, but it gets punitive. That's when I want it punitive. Trying to avoid making that penalty price overly punitive such that, again, that penalty gets passed through to ratepayers as well, in the sense that, those risks all get ratcheted into the capacity price that resources are willing to sell for.
Okay, so just CAISO's unwillingness to raise the price then, is that what I'm hearing?
I think there's other complications that go along with it, Michelle, and I'm not sure that, fine, we can look at raising the price. I still don't think it solves the withholding problems out there. I think it would actually exacerbate them.
Okay, thanks.
This refers to slide 64. You clarify that if the CPUC does not approve ELCC for DR, then CAISO will substitute some other historic performance test as opposed to the CPUC approved methodology.
This is Lauren. So in terms of our demand response proposal, obviously ELCC is our preferred approach, and if ELCC is adopted, we would use that as the NQC. Otherwise, we would use historic performance based on dispatch and tests to come up with a performance metric to apply to the QC that's provided today. So those are based off the load impact protocols, and then the performance metric would be applied to that value to establish the NQC.
Slide 58 states that the MOO must be offered up to the DQC. Is that correct? Don't LSEs need to contract on an NQC, not a DQC basis? They're not allowed to just contract the DQC. So thus the MOO is the NQC.
So the must offer obligation would be up to the DQC. LSEs would contract the NQC and show the NQC to meet the requirements. And then the must offer would be set at the deliverable QC. And this basically assumes that some portion of the fleet will be on forced outage during that time. So setting the must offer at the DQC to proportional to what is shown on the NQC basically provides that substitute capacity upfront through the must offer obligation, rather than having resources that are on outage have to go out and procure substitution to replace them when they're on outage.
Does UCAP methodology account for temperature derates?
So temperature derates would be included as a forced outage as an ambient unit temperature outage. And so those would be averaged over the assessment hours. And so under this methodology, you would no longer want to, as of today, some folks include these thermal derates and further derate their NQC value. In tomorrow's world, you would no longer want to derate your deliverable capacity for those thermal derates. The weighted seasonal average availability factor would pick those up on average, but you would still want to include those as outage cards to reflect those outages in the market.
This is Jamie Gannon with Energy Division. I have just one question. On the outage cards, is CAISO going to be identifying how it's going to be looking at the outage cards in terms of whether it is categorizing the outage as a forced or urgent outage?
Yeah, so outages will be submitted as either forced or urgent, and then they'll also have a nature of work category tied to each outage. So there'll be the ability to pick forced or urgent, and then also classify the nature of work category.
But going back to the hours, are there computational challenges or rationale for not performing the availability assessment for all hours?
So it's not a computational challenge to calculate all hours, but it is not the best approach. So if you think about it, if you look at all 8760, you have a much larger denominator that you're looking at this outage rate. And so basically it could undercount the outage rate in hours of critical need. Also, since the CAISO is proposing a minimal exemption, the idea by looking at only a subset of hours in the top quintile is that you provide a little bit of leeway when, you know, a resource is on an outage, when we have, you know, a supply cushion over 10,000 megawatts. For whatever reason, that outage may not be as impactful as one that happened like we saw in the August events when the grid was really constrained. So by looking at a subset of hours, again, you're taking a sample under conditions when you'd want that resource to be really available, recognizing that outages outside of those critical needs may be more or less impactful. And so that's why we went with this approach.
Bridget, this is Michelle from Energy Division. Would you only know on a historical basis what those hours are? So you would only know looking backwards. So looking forward, you'd never really know what those hours are?
Not with any certainty. So again, there's patterns. So the hours would be driven by net loads. So, you know, as net loads increase, the supply cushion would decrease. So it'd be more likely that assessment hours would be drawn from those resources. But yes, this is a backward-looking calculation, assuming that past performance is your best predictor of future performance.
Do your numbers show that there's a higher potential loss in hours ending 14 to 17 than 6 to 8?
Simone, can I go back to can I go back really quick to, this is Carl, can we go back to Michelle's question really quick? And I guess one of the questions I want to know is, would we want to know them forward looking? I think one of the benefits of, you know, using these statistics is that yes, though there's patterns, as Bridget pointed out, the randomness is part of what helps create additional availability, because again, you don't know if it's going to be part of those assessment hours or not, so you want to be available just in case.
So I guess you know, if you got a planned outage and you're converting to forced, you might have different feelings about whether you convert it to forced depending on whether you think it's a critical hour or not. That's all I'm thinking about. Just the incentives.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you want to address the question about why look at hours 6 to 8 instead of 14 to 17?
So we would still look at 14 to 17. I was just trying to highlight some of the differences in the patterns you observe between peak and off-peak. But again, if you look at that hour ending and how many UCAPAs and hours fall in that hour ending, all of those would be included in the final UCAP calculation. So it's not like we're excluding any hour of the day. That was just simply to highlight some of the patterns that we were observing in the different time periods.
No, Tom, you have a few questions if you want to say them out loud. Where are we?
Yeah, sure. Let me see my questions. I'll go back to them. So how does the top 20% of supply cushion hours correlate to the CAISO's proposed stage 2 deficiency that you guys did in the portfolio assessment?
Again, what we found again in that was that we were seeing the loss of load hours later in the day, but again, the data output that we produced for that study was it didn't facilitate producing what the supply cushion would be for each interval.
It just, you know, mainly the question is, I guess, is it consistent to calculate UCAP based on the top 20% and then look at the portfolio assessment based on the stage 2 deficiency sort of criteria, and whether those the counting and the analysis are consistent with each other?
I don't see any inconsistency. No, do you? If so, can you help me understand where?
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, if you're saying there's a potential deficiency at a stage 2, which is when the ISO goes below 6% of reserves, then it seems like the UCAP and the need is really 6% of the potentially, you know, the supply cushion rather than the top 20%.
So again, I think the difference is portfolio is assessing, can we meet loads 24/7 with this set portfolio, whereas UCAP is trying to take what is the resource's average forced outage rate, a sort of a snapshot. And so the idea behind looking at the top 20% of hours is, again, it's a way to sample hours to get at what their average availability factor is, recognizing that there's going to be some random variation year over year, And so by looking at sort of the average, you can sort of predict what their likely availability is going to be in any future hour. So again, the purposes are different.
Right, but it seems like you're proposing to use the UCAP to count towards meeting the deficiency metric to which a UCAP planning reserve margin is going to be set forth. So I'm just trying to understand whether or not the 20% is the sort of the right metric for counting purposes. Right.
No, would you be suggesting top 10, top 5, top 50? What are you thinking about as an alternative?
Yeah, I think for San Diego, we've thought about it's when the ISO it sort of runs out of the supply, but I think we need to be consistent in maybe it needs to be the 6%. To which the ISO is proposing to change the planning standard to.
So just let me see if I can clarify that then, suggesting that UCAP triggers would be when the RA fleet is at peak plus 6%. So if the RA requirement, let's say, is 100 megawatts, we calculate UCAP at anything less when available RA is anything less than 106 megawatts. Is that what you're driving at? I'm just trying to understand here. I'm a little confused.
I think that's close. I don't have the exact math in my head yet, but I think that's the right idea.
All right, and I think we're driving at a similar objective, Noah, which is to say we don't want to put it in terms of waiting that long or waiting to that point is probably waiting too long at some level in terms of planning standards. So I think 20% gives us a better planning cushion as opposed to waiting until operational realities may set in. But I don't think we're misaligned in terms of the objective of trying to find intervals in which the RA fleet is starting to push the lower bounds of what it's supposed to be available for. So
Hey,
I think we are aligned there.
This is Michelle, and maybe what Noah is trying to get at, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you could have two assets, and one could have all their outages in May, and one could have all their outages in August. And let's say if you go back last year, they could have all their outages on August 14th through 20th. And maybe what he's trying to get at is the outages in August from the 14th to the 20th are probably more impactful than any outages that occur in May, but we're giving them, on an hour by hour basis, equal weight. Is that right?
Yeah, we understand that, Michelle, and we looked at those and contemplated would a heavier weight towards some of those scarcity events help? It wasn't clear to us that it did. It would create additional incentives to, it would create problems in terms of how you treat an RA resource versus non-RA resource. And part of the benefits of UCAP, or how we propose to do it to date, is that it's applicable regardless of its RA status. So we were trying to step away from that and not get into having a differential treatment in that. Additionally, hindsight's always 20/20. We're trying to make this work as best we can for future planning, and this is a tool that your hypothetical indeed may occur, but I think it's probably unlikely. So again, we're a little more hesitant to try and put different weights on any hours in the assessment, but at the same time, we do want a representative sample of hours to assess.
I guess I would say
let me just say,
Yeah, it's quick. It's probably so. We've noticed that the loss of load events are July, August, and September, and so giving them equal weight with May, June, and October just seems a little odd. Maybe you guys want to think about that.
Duly noted.
Sorry,
Thank
one
you.
more thing. Yeah, one more thing to add on that too is I also have looked at how many hours fall per day, and so I do observe that events like the week, that really bad week in August, we had anywhere from 12 to 16 UCAP assessment hours, whereas a May day may only have 1 to 4. And so by looking at top 20%, you will also naturally sort of be pulling from those really bad weeks more heavily. And so if you were on an all-day outage in August where we had, 12, 16 UCAP assessment hours, that would be more impactful on your UCAP value than a May day where we only had maybe 1 or 2. So you would actually be picking up those differences with this methodology without even having to weight them differently, just by the function that more hours would fall outside of those typical, net load ramp and be pulling from, those midday hours when things were tight across the board.
Could you maybe also talk about your methodology for imports? So if you don't know what the technology is, how will you figure that out?
So for dynamic and pseudotide, we will know the tech type, and so they will get their specific UCAP formula depending on what they are. For our non-dynamic resource-specific system resource type that we're proposing, which represents sort of that portfolio or slice of system resource, again, we're not proposing to do it by tech type. What will happen is they'll get the generic UCAP, and we'll look at their forced outage rates over their contracted megawatts. But in addition to forced outage rates, we will also be looking at transmission curtailments that could count against an availability factor, and possibly also non-delivery. So you don't necessarily need to know the tech type to know what their reported outage rate was.
But how do you, Hydro is allowed to do opportunity cost bidding, so, and also the resources could bid at the cap. So how would you know what the forced outage rate is if you don't know that, if you have no insight into the resource itself?
So again, this isn't really about bidding, it's about mechanical outages. And so in any of these methodologies, we don't really look at bidding performance, it's just reported outages.
Right,
so
you don't see the mechanical outages, right?
Say that again?
For imports, you don't see the mechanical outages, right?
No, they have outage reporting requirements.
For non-resource specific system resources?
Yes, they have to let us know about their forced outages.
Okay.
So we only have a couple minutes left before we have to move on to the next proposal, but is there another question here in the queue, Simone, that we could answer? Maybe the one from Mark Speck?
Yeah, I was thinking of that one too. Is the CAISO proposing that the CPUC start to use UCAP as well? If so, how would UCAP be incorporated into the RA program, and how should the PRM be adjusted?
So this is Carl. Obviously, one of the points that a lot of folks have brought up is coordination. They want to see the coordination between the PUC and the ISO. So yes, the reason we're here today presenting this idea is obviously we want this to be part of the CPUC's RA program as well, and something that we have that alignment on. So that is our goal first and foremost. Again, in terms of incorporating into the PRM, we saw Donald present some information today about what his preliminary studies, and again, I'll acknowledging what they are, preliminary studies, as are ours. I think that's still work that we're kind of going through the process on. We've looked at it, and what we've had in our proposals to date is trying to look at it from a bottom-up kind of requirement. The PRM as it's set today includes a bunch of different things: planned or forced outages, forecast error, ancillary services being the big three. Excuse me. If we take the forecast error out of that, or the planned out, I'm having all sorts of issues. If we take the forced outage portion of that out of the equation, then we can start to look at this and building it from a bottom-up approach, which is, we know that we're going to need 6% of our forecasted peak for ancillary services. Then the secondary question that comes into that is, what forecast do you want to use? If you want to use 1 and 2 still, then you build in a bit more forecast error adjustment. If you use a 1 and 10, for example, then maybe you don't need to include some of the forecast adjustment. So I think that's basically how we're looking at it in terms of integrating into the PRM and CPUC space. Mark, I hope that helps you.
And Carl, I'll do a follow-up just on maybe the schedule and the timing of the UCAP RA enhancement initiative at CAISO with regards to UCAP and the schedule of the current RA proceeding. So, I mean, I think it might be helpful to maybe just address, like, is the CAISO planning to move forward with its UCAP prior to CPUC adopting anything? Is that the plan? Because I think there is concern that the schedules are misaligned and that we're kind of trying to vet it here, but at the same time, CAISO would be taking it to its board prior to a June decision on UCAP.
Yeah, no, we appreciate the challenges on this front, Jamie. I think what we're looking for at a minimum coming out of the June decision, because again, we've got the implementation lift on a lot of this is still going to be fairly significant. But we would like to see, at least in principle, the CPUC signing on to a UCAP policy for this cycle as we do some of the implementation and kind of nitty-gritties moving forward from there.
Thanks, Carl. And I think also one of my questions was, how is CAISO thinking about UCAP in relation to the larger RA structural changes that were talked about on day 1 of the workshops? Would this, how would this be overlaid onto, those proposals, or how could it be overlaid onto those proposals? And that you might not, yeah. No,
I can say that, there's nothing here that is inconsistent or would, I think, run afoul of what, for example, Southern California Edison and Cal CCA put forward. I think, in fact, the UCAP proposal we've got here today would work pretty well with what they've proposed. So I don't see any conflicts with the adoption of it. We've tried to, again, simplify this down, at least in part, by providing the transition of, keeping things in terms of NQC and adjusting that. And again, I think it's also easily adaptable to a multi-year or annual requirement. So if we move away from, for example, monthly obligations, calculations can be adjusted, or, we can look at this as a multi-year outlook and have those UCAP values work, for years 2 and 3. As I think it was Greg Clapp noted earlier, the NQCs do change year to year to year, and so this is not different than that. This is all works, I think, pretty well with everything we've heard thus far today.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation today. We're going to move on. We're just running a few minutes behind, but we're going to move on to incentives for LSC's secure deficiencies. And I think we have Sue Mara on the line from ARAM. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Sue.
Hi, everybody. Can I have the first slide, please? Thank you. And I think you can move on to the next one. Yes. So just a little bit of background. This issue really came up in track 2 of the RA proceeding. And Energy Division had a paper and asked what could be done to encourage load serving entities to go ahead and cure their year ahead deficiencies after they make their filings in October, at least by their month ahead filings. And they've asked about whether penalties might be appropriate if there's other approaches. So ARM and others opposed penalties, and ARM did propose and this basic incentive proposal in track 2. The only party they commented on it at the time was Cal CCA, who supported it. And then in the track 2 decision in June of last year, well, it was this year, wasn't it? June of this year, the decision says these comments were a useful start and suggested proposals be submitted in track 3. And I think ARM was the only one that submitted a proposal, but it is issue 2A in track 3B. So next slide, please. So this is a little bit more refined than what we had in the filing we made in August. And the basic idea is that if you were deficient in the year ahead, you're going to be assessed a penalty, either for local, flexible, or system RA, whatever your deficiency was. And the idea is that a portion of that penalty would be relieved, and we're saying up to half the penalty, if you cure the deficiency. Let's move on. So to the next slide, we did put together an example, which makes it a little bit clearer. So let's take the example of an LSC who had a 10 megawatt system RA deficiency for August and September of 2021. So that LSC would be assessed a penalty of $88,800 per month, or a total of $177,000 plus for the 2 months of deficiency. So if that LSC would, by its June 17th compliance filing for August, be able to cure it, or for the July 18th for the September deficiency, the July 18th compliance filing for the September deficiency, then that LSC would be entitled to to relief of the portion of the penalty. So in this example, LSEA, in one case, take the example of LSEA curing the entire 10 megawatt August deficiency, then that LSE would be entitled to relief of half the penalty, or having the penalty reduced by $44,400. If the LSE was only able to cure half of its 10 megawatt deficiency by June 17th, then it would be entitled to another half of that, so $22,200. So the maximum relief, if you cure the entire deficiency, would be half of the penalty you were assessed in the year ahead. And of course, the same approach would apply for September. So next slide, please. And the benefits are several. It provides the LSCs an incentive to continue to seek to procure, to take care of the deficiency that they were assessed back in their year ahead filing. It should be fairly simple to administer, and it could help reduce what could be some CPMs by the ISO, possibly. So that would be another benefit. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is Michelle from Energy Division. Don't LSEs already have an incentive to cure their deficiencies because of potential backstop?
Yes, there is some incentive, that's correct, to do that. This is would be an added incentive, because you would have an incentive also to reduce your penalty that you were assessed. Because backstop is in addition to the penalty.
Then what about the fact that the system really needs new resources? So shouldn't the incentives be high enough to incent people to rather lean on the system to get those last megawatts, but rather to procure new resources?
Well, this is resource adequacy, so I'm not seeing the connection to new resources, since resource adequacy basically you're procuring resources that exist or will exist by the time of your monthly comply, the time of the RA month that you're complying for.
But isn't the purpose the purpose of the resource adequacy is to have resources under contract to meet your load. So if you don't have the resources, don't you have to build them? I mean, isn't that one of the responsibilities of a load serving entity is to ensure that they meet their load, build or buy?
Okay. If anybody, I assume there are a few things you could possibly do if you're deficient in the year ahead filing for August of the following year. There are probably a few things you could do to get a quote new resource in place, but it's probably more likely that you're going to be able to find someone who has excess system RA to sell you. I would think that, wouldn't be RA, excess capacity to sell you that you could then use to meet your system RA requirements. So I believe the penalties that were imposed are imposed by the PUC aren't assuming you're going to be going out and building new resources. They're assuming you attempted to find capacity and weren't able to do it, and therefore the more likely occurrence is that the ISO is going to have to do it.
Right. I guess what I'm going at here is that isn't the responsibility to build new resources on all LSCs, right, to meet your customer's load. So if there aren't sufficient resources, don't all LSCs have an obligation to build new resources?
Over the long term, certainly, yes. If you're meeting a load over the long term, you have to make sure you have enough resources over the long term to meet your load.
Okay, great. Thanks.
We have a question from Peter Griffiths. How would this work in a multi-year framework?
Well, again, we're looking at what your deficiency is. So if you had I assume the penalty structure might change as well. I don't know. But so assuming you had a multi-year obligation, or assuming we're looking at a local deficiency, then the local deficiency was 3 years forward, and maybe you 3 years forward by some amount of megawatts, then you would be assessed a penalty for that. And if you're able to procure it by the say August of the following year, then again you would have a reduced penalty. I think it would work the same way your compliance obligations work. So you've got a 3-year forward obligation. Your 3-year forward is, I guess for local, it's for the entire year. So you would have to, for next year, if you had a local deficiency for next year, you'd have to cure it by January, I believe, or every month you didn't procure, then you would have more of a penalty. So I guess I'd have to think through how you'd apply it for local. But for the current system RA, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Simone, was that it for the questions? Simone?
I don't see any other. Oh, I see a hand up. So Justin Panu, you're unmuted if you'd like to.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I assume that the deficiency could be met with new or existing resources, is my understanding of what you were trying to say, because I don't think that LSCs would be you know, restricted to just current or new resources particularly. I think that you could solve that deficiency either by and I don't think that incentive needs to be just for new resources, but I think that LSC should, particularly in the short term, but I think that LSCs, you know, should have the incentive to procure both just to meet their complete requirement. You know, and if you can't find the RA resource, then certainly if an LSC, whether it's an IOU or an ESP, would go ahead and build those resources to have that incentive attributed to them.
Yeah, I think all LSCs have that right to go ahead and procure. If they have to build new ones, they go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Sue. So we are a little ahead of time, and so we could probably just jump right into our next presentation from the CAISO, excuse me, the CAISO, who's going to be presenting QC RA import rules. So I believe Milos is here.
Sounds good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Great.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present and for the consideration of the proposal. So what we're going to discuss today is the ISO proposal on the RA import structure. And this is effectively going to be a preview of the draft final proposal as well that we're going to publish in the RA Enhancements Initiative in mid-December. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. Okay. So I think as we start, it's important to recognize the state of the supply conditions in the West, both today and then anticipated in the near future. Let me just see here 1 second. Can you go back one slide? Is that the slide? There you go. Okay. As the CPUC alluded to it, I think during day one of the workshop, supply conditions across the West are tightening, and some examples on the slide there. Recently, for example, the grid conditions in August and September, driven by the heat waves, emphasize the need for both reliable and dependable supply to support system reliability. You may also recall that last year, the ISO took a couple of occasions during board meetings to highlight the capacity shortfall facing the state and emphasizing the value of imports in helping manage grid conditions, especially during the late afternoon hours, during the net load peak hours as solar generation is ramping down. At the same time, I think across the Western interconnection, as states move towards cleaner energy policy goals, we're also going to continue seeing older baseload resources retiring, further tightening the supply across the West and potentially affecting imports into California. And as a final point, I think as we witnessed here over the last couple of years in particular, severe weather events have become more commonplace and are simultaneously creating challenging conditions across multiple BAs, balancing authority areas, with the potential of impacting supply. So if we can go on to the next slide. So the current framework that we have in place, we believe for RA imports adds additional reliability risk, particularly in those instances across the year where system conditions are challenging across the West. So not necessarily, 100% of the hours in the year, but, those few hours in the year where conditions are really tight, the current structure has the potential to impact reliability. And reliance on non-resource specific imports where the physical resources supporting those imports are not identified doesn't assure really dedicated physical supply. Supply that's dedicated solely to the ISO. Additionally, without the specific or a specific transmission delivery requirement for RA imports, there's, I think, limited confidence that those imports can be delivered during some of the challenging system conditions and can lead further to non-delivery, which could further exacerbate those system conditions if those imports cannot be delivered.
And finally, I think the current self-scheduling requirement and limited economic bidding opportunity for these non-resource specific imports can impact market efficiency and potential liquidity of the RA resource import pool, as we've, I think, highlighted in some of our previous filings during the previous proceeding. And then building upon the work that the PUC has already done to address potential speculative supply and double counting of imports, these are, I think, the ones that I just highlighted. These are some of the challenges we're looking to address in our proposal to make RA imports more reliable, but also more dependable. So if we can go on to slide 4, please, or the next slide, please. Okay. So the changes that we're going to be proposing, and those are going to be coming here in the next few slides, we think are going to make RA imports offered into the ISO more dependable, reliable, and deliverable, without necessarily imposing restrictions on the ability to economically bid those imports. A key element is that dependable imports need to be supported by identified physical resources, and associated with that, RA import capacity should be committed to the procuring LSC and consequently the ISO without that same capacity being committed to other parties or offered elsewhere into any of the other markets. And we also believe that there's a need to ensure that our RA imports are deliverable through the introduction of specific transmission delivery requirements, which are not in place today. And so taking all of those factors into account, I think capacity that's backed by physical resources, not committed elsewhere, and delivered during the period of the RA showing deliverable during that period is going to provide a greater level of certainty to make RA imports more dependable. And before we move on to the next slide, I just wanted to highlight the timing of the proposal that I'm going to go into. But we're envisioning that RA year 2022 will be kind of a transitional year where parties would be encouraged to strive to meet the requirements that we're going to highlight, but they won't be required to. We recognize, I think, that parties, in order to move to that new paradigm for RA imports, there may be a need potentially to review some contracts and with potential modifications and potentially develop a transmission portfolio strategy to support delivery of those imports and potentially taking any other steps that they need to be ready for RA year 2023, where we see this framework coming into place. Next slide, please. So this is the first component of our proposal. This is that RA imports have to be resource specific, and they have to specify either the resources or the balancing authority area. So what does that mean? If we look on this slide 102, there are 3 types of resource specific imports. There's pseudotized and dynamically scheduled resources, which are also in place today under the policy. And then there's this new concept that RA imports are going to fall under, which is non-dynamic resource-specific system resources. And this could be either an individual resource that is not pseudotied or not dynamically scheduled, or could be an aggregation of resources in a particular BA. And in that sense, they would need to specify the resource and a single source balancing authority area supporting those imports. Or they could also be system resources. So system resources coming from a BA. And in that case, they would not necessarily have to identify every single resource that's supporting that system generation, but identifying the single source BA would be sufficient. And what that means then is that under this new proposal, to the extent that the import cannot be supported by a physically identified set of resources, an individual resource, aggregation of resources, or system of resources, it would not qualify to provide RA. So non-resource specific imports would no longer qualify to provide RA capacity. Next slide, please. So going a little bit further into what this means and what the requirements would be, and this is going to be laid out more in our draft final proposal, but as I noted, all resource-specific RA imports will be required to provide the following information. So, for pseudotized and dynamically scheduled resources, this should be fairly straightforward, identifying the name of the resources supporting that import. For non-dynamic resource-specific resources, you would have to identify, depending on the category that it falls into, whether it's an individual resource or an aggregation of resources in a single BA, you would be required to identify the name of that resource, which is the name of that physical resource. And at this point, we're thinking that you would also have to identify for us the source BAA, to the extent there's a source BAA E-tag identifier for the resource, because as I'll note later, when we get into some of the other requirements, we're going to be tracking to see, look at E-tags for the deliveries of these imports to the ISO. So these two elements would help us identify those resources. And then additionally, you would have to identify that single source balancing authority area where those resources are located. From an implementation perspective, we're envisioning that this information is going to be provided on the RA supply plan that's submitted in CIRA. And so there will be, in the supply plan template, there will be additional columns that are going to be sourcing or requesting this type of information. And there will be validations in place that to the extent this information is not provided, the source information, then that supply plan could not be submitted. It would be kicked back for submission of that additional information that's missing. Next slide, please. The second element of the proposal is transmission or delivery requirements, identifying specifically in the tariff, and then subsequently you'll see in the attestation, the requirements that for transmission that have to support RA imports. And under our current proposal, we're envisioning that RA imports delivered on the last leg on the intertie effectively to the ISO have to be delivered on firm transmission, 7F curtailment priority. This is the highest curtailment priority. This is the last type of transmission service that's curtailed. And then on any of the upstream transmission legs above the intertie, could be one or multiple systems that the resources are being delivered, wheeled across, depending on where that resource is located. But any of those upstream transmission legs above the intertie, the transmission delivery will be a little bit more flexible in that they could not be delivered on transmission lower than monthly non-firm point-to-point service, which is a 5 NM curtailment priority transmission service. This means, for those that may not be familiar with these curtailment priorities, is that when you get into a transmission curtailment situation, you first curtail all the other types of transmission, non-firm transmission service, for example, hourly non-firm transmission service, daily, weekly, and then only then do you get to non-firm monthly point-to-point transmission service, and then subsequently you get into firm transmission service. So under this second element, RA imports on the upstream transmission legs could be supported by monthly non-firm point-to-point service. Some transmission providers may offer conditional firm point-to-point service, which in certain times of year, under certain conditions, under most of the year or most conditions, it would be delivered on firm transmission, but there are specific hours or specific system conditions that would decrease the curtailment priority of that service to conditional firm, which is a 6 CF curtailment priority generally, and that could be supporting imports as well. And then finally, imports could be supported also on those upstream transmission legs by firm transmission service. In terms of validations, I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but we're developing a tool that is going to be looking at E-tags for RA import deliveries, and those E-tags, etc., that tool is essentially going to flag for us any E-tags that identify RA imports that are being delivered on lesser transmission curtailment priority than we've specified here. So it would be flagged for us to the extent there's a RA import delivery across the intertie on less than 7F transmission, and then it would be flagged for us on any of the upstream transmission legs to the extent there's an RA import being delivered on less than 5 NM transmission service. Next slide, please. Okay, and then the third critical element of the proposal, and this is something we've been talking about in multiple iterations of our proposal in the RA Enhancements Initiative, is the addition of an attestation requirement for RA imports. And, this language here, there may be slight tweaks before we get to the draft final proposal, but in mid-December, but I think this captures our intent for the attestation requirement. So the first element would be that at the time of the showing, whether it's annual or monthly showing, this attestation requirement would have to be fulfilled. So the first element is that the capacity shown is owned or contractually secured at the time of that showing. The second element is that the capacity shown has not been sold or otherwise committed to any other party for the duration of the showing. The third element is that the transmission service of the proper firmness that we just talked about in the previous slide has been reserved for the delivery of the import RA to the ISO system. And then the fourth element is that the capacity can only be interrupted for reliability reasons as determined by the host BA or a transmission curtailment or a plant outage. And this attestation requirement would have to be met, like I said, at the submission of the supply plans, which is at the annual timeframe and the monthly timeframe. The only exception is that that third element dealing with the transmission will only be required at the monthly supply plan submission. And this provides a little bit more flexibility in that we would not be requiring you to have the transmission a year ahead to support your supply plans when you're submitting the annual showings, but rather at the monthly showings, when the ISO is evaluating the resources that have been submitted, we want to have assurance that those imports are properly secured with proper transmission, that they're deliverable to the ISO, and that there's no scrambling at the last minute to try to find the proper transmission service. From an implementation perspective, there will be a checkbox in CIRA, as we're envisioning it today, where that party, the scheduling coordinator submitting that supply plan, will then attest by clicking that checkbox. And if that checkbox is not checked, then CIRA will not accept that supply plan. And this would be applicable to those supply plans that have identified RA import resources on them. And I'll just note that at this stage, at least, we're envisioning that the party that would be attesting to these requirements would be the party submitting the supply plan. So it will be the scheduling coordinators for the suppliers that are submitting the supply plan that would attest to this. And we think that they're in the best position to know the commitments of the capacity that they're showing, and identifying if they can meet the transmission arrangements, or if there are any limitations in the contracts that would allow for interruptions for reasons other than reliability. Next slide, please. Okay, the other component that we're clarifying as well and pushing forward at the draft final proposal stage, as well as on the must offer obligation for RA imports. Currently, if you remember, there's only a day ahead obligation, and to the extent that you're not picked up in the day ahead, there's no real-time obligation, and we're proposing changes to that. So prior to the day ahead market enhancements initiative, we've broken this up into pre-day ahead market enhancements initiative and post-day ahead market enhancements initiative, because the day ahead market enhancements initiative is potentially looking at removing the real-time must offer obligation for RA imports in general. So pre-day ahead market enhancements initiative for this transitional period, depending on what happens in DAME, we're envisioning extending that must offer obligation into the real time as well, up to the full shown RA amount. And the reason for this is that to the extent that somebody's showing an RA import and they're meeting the attestation requirements, that capacity has been committed solely to that load serving entity, and then consequently the ISO, that capacity should be available to be bid both in day ahead and real time up to that full amount.
Milos, can I ask you a quick question about that? Sorry. So with regard to the bid insertion in the day ahead and the real time, doesn't the transmission capacity get released after the day ahead? So you could submit a real time must offer obligation, but if they no longer have the transmission, it would be not useful, right? Or useless.
Well, I still think that they could tag or indicate to that transmission provider that they plan on utilizing that transmission. I mean, that's something to the extent that folks have concerns about that, maybe they can let us know in comments, but I'm envisioning that capacity, to the extent you have it and you indicate that you're going to use it, you always have the right to, especially if you have firm, you essentially, you can schedule against it.
So let's say that they bid at $1,000 in the day ahead and 1,000, and they don't get picked up. Does their transmission that you just talked about carry them through to the real time, or does it get used?
Well, I think that would depend upon the different transmission provider. You know, if they're not using that transmission up to a certain moment in time, maybe others can better speak to this from the stakeholders. But my understanding is that if they're not using that transmission will ultimately get released.
Okay, so then just
non-firm.
Okay, so then just walk me through. They bid 1,000 in the day ahead. They don't get picked up. You do bid insertion in the real time, and you pick them up, but the transmission's no longer there. What happens?
Well, I think the transmission provider releases that transmission, but it doesn't necessarily remove the rights of that transmission customer who has the rights to choose then to utilize those firm transmission rights. It's just that, you know, if they ultimately choose to tag against those transmission rights closer to real time, you know, that means that somebody else that's probably a non-firm transmission will get bumped. But those transmission rights, to the extent that that supplier has those firm transmission rights, they have the ability to use them all the way up to, you know, the hour of flow.
Okay, I have a bunch of other questions, but I'll wait.
The provider accounts for it. I think how the transmission provider accounts for it, they make some assumptions about what's going to be utilized and what not, and they'll release it as non-firm, but that doesn't remove, I don't think, the ability of that party that's holding those transmission rights and firm transmission rights, at least, and paying for it, from ultimately scheduling those rights, you know, the hour before and bumping somebody that
Okay, so if they bid at 1,000 in a real time and get picked up, and they bump somebody, they aren't able to bump somebody else, and they don't show up, then they have to pay the $1,000 price, right?
I think so. I think that's how it works. And then there's also, if they don't show up, there is a non-delivery penalty in place currently, or at least that will start in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
And then the post day ahead market enhancements initiative, in terms of the must offer obligation, the must offer obligation in real time in day ahead will remain subject to bid insertion as well. And then the day ahead market enhancements initiative will determine ultimately what the real time must offer obligation is for RA imports. I didn't want to speculate here on what it may be, but I know stakeholders are fairly well engaged in that initiative. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've covered the key aspects of our proposal, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes here to address some of the larger concerns that stakeholders, both in the CPUC proceeding and in the ISO RA Enhancements Initiative, have identified regarding bidding behavior of RA imports, whereas RA imports with today's day ahead must offer obligation could potentially bid high in the day ahead to avoid an award and therefore make that energy available elsewhere. And we think that the proposed rules that we've just gone over can mitigate that behavior, or at least decrease the incentives for that type of behavior. For one, there's a must-offer obligation that's being extended, at least in this interim period, into the real time. So that essentially that capacity will have to be bid into real time. Otherwise, it's also subject to bid insertion. And effectively, I think this creates the incentive that they stay available through real time. The attestation requirement that I mentioned before, that the capacity hasn't been committed to any other parties, and it has been committed solely to that load serving entity in California, I think that also sets the incentive that the supplier economically bid that capacity, because they've essentially attested that that capacity has been committed to that LSC and hasn't been committed to other uses, and therefore they have an incentive here to bid. And then the third component is the transmission delivery requirement, with the added specifications on transmission delivery. The supplier, you would envision, has secured that transmission and expended some cost on securing the proper transmission, and that's further incentive on economically bidding those resources, because now they've not only committed that capacity to the one entity and haven't committed it elsewhere, but they also secure the associated transmission that, if they bid elsewhere, could go unutilized. And the fourth component here that I want to highlight is FERC Order 831, which the ISO, I think, is going to be implementing a little bit later in 2021, is a recent initiative that we just finished. But under that initiative, for those of you not familiar with 831, it sets, it increases bid caps from $1,000 to $2,000, and it also calls for verification of bids above 1,000. So this implementation of this initiative of 831 essentially will require RA imports as well to verify any bids above 1,000. Now, it doesn't necessarily address the issue if they're bidding high below 1,000, but at least it requires bid verification or cost verification for bids above 1,000. And there are three options under which essentially that bid is going to get reduced depending on what they are able to show. But it does require verification above 1,000. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. There isn't cost verification above $1,000 for imports, right?
I think that's what we just approved, that it's for bids above 1,000 on RA imports.
Yeah, let me clarify, or maybe we could work through this. So for pseudo-ties and resource and dynamically scheduled resources, so resource-specific resources, they cost verified bids, right?
Right.
Okay, for non-resource specific resources, they are tied to a bilateral market. That's not that's not a cost verification. It's just tying it to a bilateral market, right?
Well, they will, to the extent there's an RA import bid at above 1,000, they're going to be required, or at least we propose, and I got approved that we will be subjecting these to a reduction to the greater of the highest resource-specific verified cost, or the maximum allowable import bid index, or $1,000. So for
okay, and maybe
non-resource specific, go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe you could clarify, are you going to treat these new resource specific, non-dynamically scheduled resources as non-resource specific or resource specific? So are we actually going to cost verify, or are we just going to tie them to the index?
Well, we're going to treat them, and I don't know if Bridget is available as well as a panelist, but I think we're going to treat them for purposes of that three-tier test, because for these non-dynamic resource-specific resources, we're not going to be requiring them to essentially be modeled in our full network model, execute contracts with them, nor require full master file parameters. For purposes of 831, I think we're going to subject them to the same three evaluations as non-resource specific today.
Okay, so then just to be clear, for those resources, it's not a cost-based verification. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe Simone has brought Bridget Sparks in as a panelist. So if Bridget, you want to speak, you can chime in.
Yeah, just real quick. So the way that we're understanding the implementation of 831 is that for these non-dynamic resource-specific system resource, while their specific bids wouldn't be cost verified for them, we would be, say they bid at 2,000, we would be reducing that to either the bilateral index price or another individual resource-specific resource that we could cost verify what their costs were. So those are the two ways that that import could potentially be mitigated below that 2,000 bid cap. If that helps.
Thanks, okay. Bridget. Milos, are you done with your presentation? Do you want to move to questions?
Yeah, I was just going to note, and I don't have to go through this, but the next couple of slides were the appendix, and I know a few stakeholders were concerned about, by the ISO imposing or requiring that deliveries of RA imports be delivered on firm. On the interties, there were concerns about how many entities hold firm transmission, long-term firm transmission rights on the intertie, and the appendix shows some of that data, identifying that there are 13 different entities holding above 100 megawatts of long-term firm transmission rights on the interties, which we believe should provide plenty of entities to at least consider, to the extent they don't have firm transmission today, to consider procuring it via resale. But folks can take a look at that on their own time since we're running short on time, and we'll have more of this data in our draft final proposal as well. So we can move to questions. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, sorry, we had quite a few questions here. How will CAISO assure that the RA import markets will not be monopolized by entities buying up 7F transmission rights?
Yeah, and so that's what I was alluding to in the appendix slides. Maybe if you can move to the couple of slides back, just so I can show the one more. There you go. The next one. There you go. The one with the table. Okay, so we'll have more of this data again in our draft final proposal, but we wanted to just give a snippet of information on how many entities hold long-term firm transmission rights. And what long-term firm transmission rights means rights of 1 year or longer on the intertie. And so, you know, we heard from a number of stakeholders that there was concern of monopolization because they perceived that only about 2 or 3 entities held all of the rights. But we coordinated with the relevant transmission providers to pull some of this data, and you know, it looks like across both of the interties, COB and NOB, there are 13 entities, you can see there in the table, but there are 13 entities that hold more than 100 megawatts of long-term firm transmission rights. And some of these entities are entities that are fairly active in our market, providing RA imports. So because there are 13 entities, our thought is that, you know, this is not necessarily 2 or 3 entities holding those rights. This should provide some greater access by parties to procuring long-term firm transmission rights through resale, potentially on a monthly time frame or on a long-term time frame, depending on their strategy. But I think what the data also indicates is the need for, if this becomes the requirement on a long-term basis that RA imports be supported by firm transmission on the interties, I think this identifies the need as well for parties to evaluate their strategies and provide signals to the different transmission providers across the West who hold or who own the intertie by requesting long-term firm transmission service, which is the type of transmission service that triggers studies and potential upgrades and expansion of the intertie. To the extent that we were to allow transmission service of non-firm to support these imports, it would not provide any kind of signal to the different transmission providers that there's a need to expand the system. And so I think this provides also a signal, and I think BPA, for example, has already started looking at studies to evaluate expansion of the interties. So between the 13 entities here, at least, and then there's more that have slightly less than 100 megawatts, but we believe that there's some room here to seek transmission rights via resale from those parties.
Wouldn't a requirement for WSPP Schedule C energy at a CAISO tie point satisfy the need for energy delivery and transmission certainty? This would allow a pool of resources to provide the energy rather than relying on a single resource.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so in our draft final proposal, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. I know that in the last stakeholder workshops in September, we introduced the concept of WSPP Schedule C contracts having certain qualities that could support RA imports. But as we'll clarify in the draft final proposal, those parties wishing to use WSPP Schedule C contracts still need to meet the resource specification requirements and also deliver those resources on the appropriate level of transmission to qualify. With WSPP schedules without Schedule C agreements, without the identification of the proper resources, or the resources could be sourced from multiple different BAs and could get to the ISO on any type of transmission, that still provides a concern that, again, that capacity could get curtailed depending on the type of transmission service that is being delivered on. But we also wouldn't know those physical resources backing up that WSPP Schedule C unless they met the source specification requirements.
Is this proposal contingent upon similar rules being adopted by the CPUC for RA showings? If not, how will the two be reconciled?
Yeah, so I think our preference would be, and what we strive for is commonality, and that the PUC adopts these requirements as well. But ultimately, I think what we see these as is minimum requirements in our tariff. That's at least the current thinking, depending on how, what elements, if any, get adopted through this proceeding. But we see these as minimum requirements that are going to provide us the assurance and dependability that we need from RA imports, and then potentially different LRAs or local regulatory authorities could go above and beyond these requirements. But as we're envisioning them, we're hoping that these are the minimum sets of requirements, and we're hoping to work with the PUC to adopt this proposal.
Camila, this is Michelle Quito. So I just want to say that, this is a fairly significant change to the import paradigm. So as you know, we've used energy for the last decade, or actually a couple of decades. And in the CPUC decision, I think the direction really was that the CPUC wanted to see how this would work. So you're essentially converting maybe 5,000 megawatts of import energy into 5,000 megawatts of import capacity. And I think the idea was we wanted to see how this worked. So for example, in the real time, can we reach into that balancing authority and get the energy? And so I'm concerned that you're moving forward with this before we are able to see whether this fairly significant paradigm shift works could be problematic. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, Michelle, when we spoke earlier, I think you had suggested potentially a 2-year bridge period where this would be kind of optional, and evaluating parties that want to avail themselves of this would provide some data points that could identify the effectiveness of this. I think our concern, today, what we're proposing is a 1-year bridge period, which is RA year 2022 would be optional, with RA year 2023 being mandatory. Our concern with extending this further by another year. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. And as we've discussed, if you do it for 2022, you can't evaluate it before you implement it in 2023. That's the issue, right?
Depending on what you're looking to evaluate, I think there's potentially you could get some good data for certain periods of the year. But I think our concern is extending another year. That would make it essentially 3 years from now, where RA imports would still be allowed to be non-resource specific, and they would not be able to economically bid effectively, which, as we've, I think, identified in our previous filings, pose significant challenges in light of some of the conditions that are currently going on and are anticipated in the future with supply shortfalls. So I think that's Michelle, the balance that we're looking to strike.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. This is John Goodman. Michelle, these are really prudent measures the ISO feels it needs to put in place to really secure the RA import market. These have precedent in other ISOs and RTOs throughout the country, so it's not like the ISO is doing something radically different. In fact, we're getting more aligned with how imports are done in other areas with firm transmission and securing that capacity. So we think that these are, again, prudent steps, things that make sense, particularly as the supply tightens in the West, and not appropriate to wait 3 years by any means to tighten this up.
So John, I would suggest that you guys implement it for the summer so that we can see how it works sooner rather than later. So don't wait until 2022 as a test to see how it works. That's one issue. The second issue is that I absolutely agree. Other balancing authorities require the imports to be pseudo-tied or dynamically scheduled, which is what we do. We highly encourage people to do, because then you can have, for example, Palo Verde and Hoover are fully dedicated to California. Our concern, as we have said it before, is that these resources aren't necessarily fully dedicated to California. These system resources that are just identifying themselves, they can identify themselves as surplus, but then they cannot be surplus when it comes down to reliability events, and that's our primary concern. So I just want to be clear that our concern really is reliability as well. So thank you.
And again, Michelle, I appreciate that. And these are minimum standards that we're going to employ in our tariff. And so the PUC as an LRA can certainly add additional requirements on top of that are more stringent. And if the PUC finds that's appropriate and wants to do that, it has the prerogative to do that. What the ISO is doing here is setting minimum standards to protect RA imports and future-proof those imports going forward. And these are very prudent steps the ISO is taking here. So if you, the PUC, wants to take more stringent, then again, you're free to do that.
Yeah, I just will say once again, John, that this is an incredible paradigm shift, and I'm concerned about the transition. And I've asked you for 2 years so that we can ensure that this works. We are putting all of our eggs in this basket. That's 5,000 megawatts, and that can be a problem. So again, our concern is reliability, just as yours is. Thank you.
And Michelle, I would say that your approach of dynamic and pseudo would not work. That would absolutely fail if we went that direction. And so that approach is not something that we can do because there's not that much pseudo-type capability out there, for example, not even close to 5,000 megawatts. And again, these are steps that we can take now to try to future-proof and shore up our imports without having to take more draconian measures that aren't even realistic of requiring only pseudos or only dynamics. And not all ISOs and RTOs require that.
Okay, let's jump to, because we only have about 4 minutes left. I see a few more questions that are waiting. Simone, you want to go to the next one?
I thought we could ask one more question here, which is actually a combination of two. So of these 13 entities, how many are using the rights to serve their load versus what's available to the general market? There's a feeling that only a few entities hold the marketable firm rights. And how much of these rights are actually transacted in the time frame applicable to monthly RA showings?
This is Milos again. That's a good question. I don't know that I think we recognize that these transmission rights or some form of them or some amount are being utilized by these load serving entities to meet their own needs. Whereas you have some of the marketers, I think if you look on, if you can go to one of the next slides, maybe let's look at the Cobb slide. Go one more. Yeah, there you go. So one back, Cobb. So if we look at this Cobb slide, that's got I think 21 different entities. We've tried to break it down by the type of entity that has those rights. So you can see there how many of them are IOUs, how many of them are marketers and smaller load serving entities like munis and public utility districts. So I think it's fair to assume that probably for the load serving entities, some large portion of that is being used to deliver resources to meet their own loads. Whereas there you have marketers, they may have, they don't necessarily have load, but they're probably using those rights to support market transactions across the West. And so it'll be all, I think ultimately comes down to competition between these entities on the resale market on a monthly or an annual time frame for those firm transmission rights. And in the draft final proposal, we'll have a little bit of data that's been published, I think, by BPA a couple of years back that shows the robustness or lack thereof of the resale market on the interties. I think what the data shows is that up until 2018, there hasn't been much resale activity on the interties, but I think this provides an opportunity to procure some of these rights via resale from these entities.
There was one more question that I thought would be interesting. I believe Kathleen Colbera asked on page 105, it says, capacity shown is owned or contractually secured. What is the CAISO envisioning for contractually shown? All hours within the month, peak period only, assessment hours, et cetera?
That'd be 24/7.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you asking them to identify the resource or resources that they'll be using?
Yeah, so the previous requirement, I think a couple of slides back, required that the resources that are supporting that RA import being shown on the supply plan be identified. And they have to be identified either by name and the source BA, or just by the source BA to the extent it's system generation from a single BA, but it shouldn't be resources coming from multiple BAs.
Thanks.
All right, I think we are at time. Was there any other question, Simone, that was still waiting to be answered, or can we move on to a break?
I think we should move on since we're a little over time.
Great. Okay, so oh, I guess we don't have a stretch break there. So we're jumping straight into ELCC then. Okay, so this next segment of the day is the CAISO is going to present also on its ELCC study for demand response. I think that this will be presented by Lauren. Lauren, you should be in, yep, you're a panelist. So Lauren, if you want to take the mic and start discussing ELCC for DR.
Sure, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great, thanks.
Okay, thanks. So hi again, everyone. This afternoon, I'm going to be discussing demand response capacity counting, really going over the CAISO's principles that we believe should be incorporated into capacity counting for demand response. And then, as Jamie mentioned, some of the work and discussions that the CAISO has had in our forums and how we plan to move forward with those in this RA proceeding. So just to begin, the CAISO is considering generally how to evolve the RA program to ensure the fleet can meet our capacity and energy needs all times of the year. And in this presentation, I'm going to discuss more about how we envision DR counting fitting into the changing RA landscape. So as everyone knows, California will rely more heavily on variable and availability limited resources as we move to decarbonize the grid. And so it's critical to assess the ability of preferred resources to displace traditional thermal generation that was typically available 24/7 to maintain system reliability and serve our energy needs every hour of the year. So what we've observed and heard from stakeholders is that demand response resources load reduction capability can vary over the course of the day, month, or season, and has limits on its availability. And this could include the hours that the resource is available in a given day, the duration of their calls, or the number of calls that they can have per day or per month. So given this, capacity values must be assessed in the context of how other use and availability limited resources work together due to saturation effects, and how well such resources support system reliability while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So that's kind of our overall vision of the RA landscape and how DR as a more variable and energy limited resource fits into that. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So here we have a list of the following principles that need to be incorporated into demand response capacity evaluation. First, we must assess DR's contribution to reliability across the year or seasons. So really, we should evaluate how DR contributes to system reliability beyond just the monthly peak day during the peak hours, because that doesn't really account for its variability or how often the resource can be used and if it's available during times of need. We also must assess DR's capacity value as a variable resource. They're really not fixed capacity resources in general, and most have variable load curtailment nature. And then finally, we need to assess DR's interactive effects with other resources. So use and availability limited resources like DR can saturate alongside similar resources with the same periods of availability, such that eventually incremental amounts of the same resource types adds less and less additional value to the system. And so really, we think moving forward, the capacity evaluation methodology should inform that, and that will also provide additional benefits in terms of when we're developing new programs where we see the need based on what we have on the system. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we believe a new qualifying capacity methodology must be developed to meet all of these principles that I just laid out. The current methodology is done through the load impact protocols, and we believe that these do have a use and a purpose and are valuable, but they're insufficient in isolation and informing the capacity value of DR. So they may be useful in establishing the operational capabilities, but these capabilities can vary depending on the time of day, weather conditions, or other factors. And this variation isn't really considered when establishing the capacity value. It also doesn't address the interactive effects that I talked about earlier. So we think, if you could go back, sorry. Thank you. So we think that an ELCC methodology could better inform DR's contribution to system reliability by taking into consideration the load reduction profile of the resource as well as its availability and potential use limitations. So this methodology could better consider the interactive effects and help inform overall program design features and investment decisions by procuring or by informing resources that can be procured when we need them based on duration, number of calls, times that they're available, and things like that. Also, the use of the ELCC methodology will provide operational flexibility to demand response resources by allowing the CAISO to allow these resources to bid their actual capability rather than a fixed amount. So today, their obligations and the way they're valued as a capacity resource is fixed. And we think that those should be aligned. So moving to an ELCC methodology that considers those the variable nature of the resource as well as its use limitations would allow us to modify the bidding rules to reflect this variability. Okay. So last slide here, the CAISO requests that the CPUC develop a new capacity evaluation methodology that addresses the principles that I laid out. We have discussed this topic in the ESDR forum as well as in the BPM change management process for PR 1280. And it seems that there's general agreement that DR exhibits variability and use limitations. But appropriate capacity evaluation methodology to take these factors into account has been debated quite a bit in those processes. The CAISO explored how ELCC could be applied to demand response in the ESDR 4 initiative to better understand its capacity value. So we contracted with E3 to perform an initial study with the help of PG&E and SCE, who provided some data on their programs. And since the publication of that initial study, we're continuing to work with E3 and the utilities to update the ELCC study based on some more updated information that we received since publishing the initial study. And we're planning to include the updated study results in track 3B in this next round of proposals. So our ask of the commission is to commit to developing a new qualifying capacity methodology for DR with stakeholders in 2021 to ensure or to enable implementation in 2022. And then following this commitment, this would allow the ISO to revise its tariff to treat DR as a variable resource under the RA rules as well. So in terms of bidding obligations and RAIM treatment under our tariff. So that concludes my slides. We can open it up for questions at this point.
This is Michelle with Energy Division. So you'd said that you would, with this new implementation of an ELCC for DR, that you want the PUC to adopt. So that would mean that we wouldn't need to do the LIPs, is that right? The load impact protocols?
It's
Michelle,
possible. I think the
yeah. Lauren, this is John. I would say that it doesn't exclude the load impact protocols because those may be used for other purposes, such as, you know, what are the operational capabilities of this resource. But it would replace, the ELCC would replace the capacity evaluation that the LIP provides today. So the LIP could sort of switch what its use and purpose is. And I just want to clarify one thing, Michelle, and to the audience, is that the ISO is not wedded to the ELCC methodology that E3 developed. We, again, launched this investigation to show how an ELCC methodology could apply to demand response so that it could properly treat and value its variability and look at how it works in conjunction with other similarly situated resources, saturation effects, things like that, which we think are very important as we look to the future for demand response and how we really value use and availability limited resources like DR. And so what we would really be asking for the commission is, again, a principle or decision to move towards an investigation and adopting a different methodology for DR that accounts for the principles that the ISO outlined in this presentation. And whether that's, for example, Donald's team doing the ELCC like it does for solar and wind and doing this for DR and perhaps storage in the future, but that would be brought into the PUC to do. It wasn't a wholesale, here, adopt this E3 methodology by any means. It was to explore this approach to assigning capacity value to DR as a variable resource.
Okay, and then I have another question. So you say that if the PUC adopts some other methodology other than the LIPS, that you'll go to FERC and ask them to be exempted from RAIM, but your whole RA enhancement initiatives is designed to get rid of RAIM. So what would replace it?
Well, that would be UCAP as well in the future. So how it would be treated under UCAP. If we move to ELCC, as you're probably aware, the ELCC isn't subject to RAIM or UCAP because that essentially captures the capacity value and derives the capacity value of that variable energy resource like solar and wind.
Okay, and then let me
so do the same.
Okay, and then let me just, one of the things that you guys have been moving towards with UCAP is some idea of historical performance, right? That's why you go back and look at rates in the past. But ELCC is a modeling exercise, and I'm concerned that LIPS is actually a historical look, kind of consistent with like looking at historical forced outages, where as ELCC is a modeling exercise. So the modeling exercise could say it's going to do a really great job, but you could look at historically and not see that it did a great job. So I'm confused about why necessarily better than looking at a historical framework.
The problem with LIP is that it's done in a silo. Essentially, it looks as if DR exists on an island by itself, if you will. That, okay, over these few hours, we're going to look at what its average load impact is. But it really doesn't assess its contribution to reliability over the month and year and how it works in conjunction with other resource types. Again, it's really a siloed non-industry standard approach. Nobody else does a LIP like this. It's its own thing. And so we really need more of an industry-wide industry accepted methodology for how we value these types of resources that do exhibit these variable natures like DR, and capture its contribution to reliability, not just its reliability or its capacity value at a specific time of day.
And I think, thank you, John. I think that Alok from Energy Division also wants to speak on this topic.
Can you guys hear me? This is Jamie.
Yes, we can hear you, Alok. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jamie. This is Alok, Energy Division. Thank you. So if you can go to slide 119, Lauren. Yeah, so some of the restrictions or rather limitations of LIFs, I just wanted to expand on that. So this issue about LIFs do not consider variability in establishing capacity value. Can either you, Lauren, or John clarify this? I mean, I thought the utilities routinely use the LIFs tables to determine the resource capacity on a day-to-day basis based on the ambient conditions. So clearly there's some variation allowed in their bidding. Let me rephrase that. Clearly they are bidding different amounts of the resource on different days using a methodology. So variability seems to be taken into account, no?
I think we'd have to talk to the utilities exactly how they do their day-to-day. I don't think it's necessarily the formal load impact protocol and looking at historic data and regressions. There may be some of that, but again, I think we should have the utilities speak to how they do their day-to-day bidding. But Alok, you're exactly right. These bids do exhibit definite variability depending on the time of day and hour, and they may not even be there on the weekends because the program prohibits it. I mean, they have different reasons for why they're bid or not bid and how much they're bid. And so how they do that day to day is something that should continue because that's going to be important. And that's why the ISO wants to move more to an ELCC so that they can continue to bid whatever their forecasted capability is, just like a solar or wind resource. And we set their capacity value for RE purposes at a value, and it gives them the freedom to bid that resource based on that forecast capability. We don't hold them to a fixed RA capacity value that they must bid every single hour like we do DRAM resources today.
Right. Yeah, I guess we can follow up separately later in terms of how the utilities are utilizing LIFs and determining their bid variations. But let me ask you about this other issue around the interaction of DR with other resources. So as you know, in the MCC framework, there is a cap established for DR and other use limited resources. So I guess I was just curious whether you thought that within that cap, if this interaction is that important, or was this interaction issue more important if the resources expanded beyond the existing cap that's in the MCC framework?
Do you mean the 8.3%?
Yeah, I forget the number, but yeah,
Yeah,
that might be the right number.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the challenge is we just can't have some arbitrary 8.3 or whatever number it is for DR when you have to look at other similarly situated resources like 4-hour batteries. And if they're both competing more or less for the same set of peak hours in the day to serve those hours, I think we all understand, and we talked about it earlier, the saturation effects of these kind of resources. So I don't know where that magic number is, Alok. It's at 8.3 or 5% or whatever it is, but it depends on how much of other types of similar situated resources you build that are chasing those same sort of peak hours. And that's what matters, is what is that total?
I see. Thank you.
So we have quite a few questions coming in. Simone, do you want to read a few of them before we depart this topic? Because I feel like some of them could be easily answered.
Yeah, let's see. I guess one or you could cover a few by saying how would the ELCC be applied? Would there be separate ELCCs for different programs or providers? Would it apply to storage?
Yeah, so Simone, this is Lauren. In the E3 study that we published within the ESDR process, they provided an initial potential option for allocating ELCC across different program types based on number of dispatches and duration that the programs have available to them. But I think, that was just one option that they provided. How we actually do that in practice is something that we can discuss, but through this process. But I guess I'll just want to highlight that the more you break it up into different categories, the more categories there are, it can get pretty complicated. So I think we'll have to just think about that as we're developing some sort of methodology. If it's ELCC, that can get complicated, but E3 did provide at least an initial option for us to consider when we're developing a methodology.
Currently, the DR is assessed for the LIPS during the hours of 4 to 9, and ELCC looks at all hours of the year. Is CAISO's view that the current RA assessment hours are no longer relevant?
I think we're seeing that those hours are still relevant as our times of greatest need. But when we're thinking about ELCC and DR, there are other benefits to looking at the interactive effects of DR with other resources, as well as how often they are available to the ISO to be used. And I think that's something that the ELCC really provides, that just using the LIPS, load impact protocols, and just looking at what it can do from 4 to 9, that's kind of what is missing. And also the RA assessment hours are from 4 to 9 p.m. currently, but as we're looking at the interactive effects of other resources, DR could be needed in different hours as well. So it's important to consider that when we're thinking about the capacity value.
And Lauren, I think the point you make is the availability assessment hours, yes, have relevancy and they're meaningful today, and DR can address those. But I think we've shown in our UCAP example that there is a tightening in the morning as well during the morning ramp. E3 has conveyed, I've heard them speak about in the future, it could be that the February morning ramp becomes the most constraining hours when you have a lot of storage on the system, and yet you have sort of these doldrum periods without wind and solar, and your morning can become very challenging. So again, you've heard this word several times today, future-proof. We're really trying to establish our enhancements initiatives and everything we're doing here to, again, try to set the program up and our tariff provisions to really work for the future, for the next 10 years, if you will, and beyond. And counting and qualifying DR and other use and availability limited resources in the same way is essential. We can't treat these as if they're on an island or siloed of any sort. We really have to consider what is the contribution to reliability in the sense of the fleet of resources that we operate. How do they help and support the grid and the fleet together? And again, DR, I'm not as concerned about DR being available in the availability assessment hours. What concerns the ISO more about DR is its use, its limited use, its limited frequency, its limited runtime. Those almost become more constraining because of how tight those restrictions are on DR's use. And that's a big issue as we move into the transforming grid and as we want to get rid of carbon-based resources, we have to replace that energy from these gas-fired resources. And we need to understand how well resources do that, how well they replace not only the energy, but the capacity, but the energy as well. And DR will struggle in that sense. And we have to understand it in that sense that if it only operates 20 hours a year, it only avoids energy 20 hours a year. It doesn't help displace gas-fired resources. We need to understand what is that value in that context of the transforming grid.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Lauren. We're going to have to wrap up this section. We're about 5 minutes past our time limit on it, but do appreciate the questions and the answers. There is a handful of questions that haven't been answered, and so I was hoping maybe you or Lauren can take a stab in the Q&A at answering them before departing as panelists. And in the meantime, we could move on to our next presentation, which will be by Simone, our own energy division analyst, on our current hybrid QC methodology, just doing an overview of what we adopted before we kind of go into other parties' proposals that would attempt to change that. So, Simone?
Great. Thanks, Jamie. We've gotten quite a few questions about how we are applying the hybrid methodology that we adopted last June. So we just wanted to do a quick recap of what was adopted and how it was implemented for 2021 before we talk about changes, or will be implemented for 2021 as these resources come online. So Indeed 2006-031, we adopted a QC methodology for both hybrid and co-located resources that are receiving the investment tax credit. Both of the components, or more, if there are more than two, then all the components need to be deliverable to get the QC value. And it assumes that the battery will charge solely from the renewable, and the total QC value of the components cannot exceed the interconnection limit. Next slide. Okay, so this is the equation that was adopted. You have your components, which are the storage component and the renewable component. The storage, most often it will be what's listed as number 2, it will be the full QC of the storage device, assuming that the renewable generator is generating enough energy during the allotted time period to fully charge the battery. Once you look at if there is excess energy from the renewable that is producing, we look at what portion of the renewable capacity is remaining and apply the ELCC value to that remaining capacity. Next slide. All right, so these are the 4 steps that we use to implement this methodology. First, we looked at, for each month, what was the hour that we expect to be the net load peak. We used the flexible capacity study for 2021, and this table on the right shows that it varies a bit by month, where January to March and November to December, it's hour ending 19, September and October, it's hour ending 20, and April through August, it's hour ending 21. So then we used settlement data from the existing fleet of solar and wind the past 3 years, since that's what we use for our other QC calculations, and looked at, for example, for January to March, we look at from hour ending 21 through hour ending 17, what is the expected output per installed megawatt of capacity for solar and for wind. And we'll see on the next slide, we can go to that. This is the profile that was generated using that information. So you can see there's seasonal differences for both the solar and wind, where they're peaking, and May or June and dropping off towards the winter. So going back to those steps, we use those formulas to say, okay, for each megawatt of installed capacity, we expect a certain amount output of energy, and then look at, depending on the size of the battery, what's the number of megawatt hours needed to charge the battery, then subtract out those hours. If they're extra, assuming it's fully charged, then the battery will get its full QC value based on its 4-hour discharge. The remaining will get translated back into megawatts of solar or wind, and then we'll apply the LCC calculation. In cases where there is existing solar and wind and a battery was added on, we can use the actual generation of that facility. But if it's a new facility where there isn't renewable historical data, then we use these generic profiles based on the fleet. So that's the basic methodology that was used. Are there any questions? If not, then we can go on to the proposals.
Great, thank you, Simone, for that. If you do have questions after, you've maybe had time to look at the slide deck a little bit more.
I see one question, maybe we can just, which is, were there any differences for AC or DC coupled batteries? And the answer is no, we just adopted one methodology.
Okay, great. If there are further questions that we didn't get to or that you weren't able to ask during this segment, you can send those questions on to Simone after the workshop if you need further clarification on the current methodology that we will be implementing for 2021. So next we will have, and I know this is the last segment of the day, and thank you all for staying on with us. I know it's been a long day, so we just have a half an hour left. And so we're going to jump into a proposal on QC valuation methodologies, and it's going to be presented by CERT. Actually, there's 3 presenters, I should say. So, and we have Jim Caldwell, Brian, and let's see, Robbie from Southwestern Power Group, and Brian Bearing from AWEA. So I think they're all designated as panelists now, and I will turn it over to them to start their presentation.
This is Jim Caldwell. Can you hear me fine? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
This is the end of the day. I don't have time to both go through all the slides that we have and also react to what we've heard today. So I'll just leave this slide here for a bit while I talk in a little bit more reaction to what went on today. And I'd like to start with the theme that runs through a lot of the presentations of procurement of new resources is really important. It's looming and it needs to happen soon, and the CODs need to be early. And I just like to point out that hybrids are going to form a significant portion of the potential new resources with that near-term COD, so that it is really important that we count these resources appropriately, and perhaps even more important, that we incentivize the quote-unquote right hybrids, since all hybrids are not the same, to be built and procured. So, and also that we think of hybrids as solar plus storage, but the same thing applies to 2, 3, 4, even 5 element hybrids as we move forward. And some of those hybrids are going to have retail load elements. So one of those elements in the hybrid may be DR. And so we need to think of something that's going to work not simply for what we can think of now, but where this is headed. And the characteristics that make this important are that hybrids are neither variable energy resources nor storage, but they're a chimera which has unique characteristics from each hybrid and combines some of the characteristics of each of those. And all of those characteristics don't necessarily add together. And that's something, for example, that John Gooden talked about. So we need to think of each hybrid as its own portfolio. And a hybrid is, by definition, dispatchable. So it is not a VER. It's not appropriate to net it off against load. It is dispatchable. Yes, it clearly does have, depending upon how it's configured, it does maybe have use and availability limitations, but it is dispatchable. Secondly, it deals with both energy as well as capacity. So when we talk about Edison and CCA proposals going forward with NQE, when we talk about ISO needs assessments and so forth to deal with energy as well as capacity, that's exactly what hybrids do. And finally, that they're shapeshifters. So even after they're designed and built, they can be configured, committed, and bid to react to appropriately to what it is that the grid needs at that time. So if what we're looking at is some sort of event-driven contingency, then we might want to configure that existing hybrid in certain location. If we're looking at, the afternoon peak that we're sweating out at 10 o'clock in the morning and have issued flex alerts, we may want to configure that differently. If we're looking at the long, slow good night of a deep doldrum in the middle of winter, we can configure that same hybrid differently to react appropriately and most efficiently to what the grid needs at that time. So next slide, please. So this slide is from some work that ESIG and NextEra presented to FERC and MISO earlier this summer. We talked a little bit about this last fall or last spring in the RA proceeding. But what it is, it talks about the impact of basically DC coupled, AC coupled, and inverter loading ratios. So the blue there is a nominal solar resource, the output of that solar resource that has essentially a inverter loading ratio that is close to the peak output from the DC. So the horizontal orange line there is the AC injection limit, which is either the POI rights or the inverter capacity. It's really the smaller of those two. And when you design a hybrid and you have the engineering freedom to deal with resources that you can, or with energy that you can't necessarily put on the grid at that point in time, and you have a place to store them in the battery, then what happens is you design the array differently. So the same nominal array you will put in with a higher inverter loading ratio, and you will get that red portion of energy at the top clipped. So that is energy that is never converted to AC. It's never metered. And what you did is you stored it in the battery. And then the green on the shoulder hours there is extra energy because the array is actually larger for the same megawatt capacity limit. And so you have a broader, flatter profile. And that's what you get when you hybridize solar, especially with DC coupled. Next slide, please. So let's let's quantify some of those effects. So what I did here is just take an example. And sorry, it looks like the formatting didn't come quite through when it converted. But what I did here is take a single axis tracked solar array in the Central Valley. And I just used the lat long of La Paloma and looked at it at sort of an average fall day using PV watts. And I compared what it would look like if it was that same array was a 2.0 inverter loading ratio, i.e. the DC output from the array is twice as much as the inverter capacity, but it has DC coupled storage at 50% of the solar AC nameplate capacity. That's array A, if you will. And that same array that is a 1.2 ILR, which is the way a lot of them are being built today without storage, but it has, again, that same panel rating. So in September, if you look at that same array in configuration A versus configuration B, the solar-only capacity factor is 37% larger for the hybrid in September and 49% larger in October. That means that you have less of a ramp. That means that you have less variability, less intermittency. Secondly, when you look at how much transmission capacity you need to deliver the same amount of energy from A and B, if you hybridize it, you need 40% less transmission capacity for FCDS than you do for the without storage, same array without storage. And then you have the clipped energy, which again is never metered, won't show up in settlement data, won't appear in any of the numbers that, for example, Simone used, that 15% of that energy is sort of automatically, or if you design your dispatch so that you dispatch first the solar and secondly the battery, then you'll get 15% of that energy from the hybrid after sunset. September.
Hi, Jim, I hate to cut in here. I just want to do a time check because there's, we have to get through 3 presentations. Got it.
So the NQC potential for this hybrid is equivalent to roughly 115% of the battery nameplate as what you have now. That does probably require some extra inverter capacity and potentially maybe a few different panels, more storage, in order to be able to deliver that capacity simultaneously to the point of interconnection. But the actual changes that we're talking about here are highly site-specific, they're project-specific, that was my timer, and require project-specific cost and incremental investment required to achieve these results. So you need to make this determination of what is the QC for a hybrid. You need to make it at the time you're doing the interconnection studies. You can use whatever method you want, but you have to do it together. You can't do it separately for each component and then can pretend to add those two together in some way. The last 2 slides I have are just some things from other literature that shows these same kinds of effects. And so I'll be quiet here and let Brian talk and go from here. We can come back and talk about those maybe if we have a few minutes at the end. So Brian?
Great, thank you, Jim. Jamie, can you hear me okay?
I sure can. And I also want to say that, I know we're going to run a little over given the timing of this. And I just want to remind parties that this is being recorded. So if you have to drop off, you might, you could listen to, maybe some of the discussion questions after.
Great, thanks, Jamie. This is Brian Beering with the law firm Ellison Schneider, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the American Wind Energy Association of California, which is a broad-based organization of utility-scale suppliers of solar storage and wind located in regions including New Mexico, Wyoming, and inside of California. Our priorities in the RA proceeding are the same that I mentioned on day one. We really want to ensure that the suppliers and buyers are seeing the full potential capacity value of intermittent resources and storage resources. I'd highlight and completely agree with the comments of Jim that there is a need to get this stuff right now. The IRP has identified a huge capacity expansion need, and we really need to understand and set the right signals for what that capacity value is going forward. The slide that you're looking at here is a graphic that was developed by NREL, and it's showing the wind speed at 100-meter height. And we really see this as indicative of just how geographic specific wind resources really are. So you can see in the dark blue areas along the coast there, those are the offshore wind areas. You can see the dark blue areas in places like New Mexico and Wyoming, where there really is the greatest wind resource potential. The problem we've got right now is, as I think many on the call know, is that the ELCC is very generic. It's resource. It basically generalizes all wind resources and all solar resources the same. And in the case of wind, there really is a need to break apart that ELCC to recognize that a wind resource located in some of these darker blue areas may have higher capacity value. Next slide, please. So what this slide is showing is this is data from a public service company of New Mexico, and it's data from August 14th, 15th, and 16th, basically showing those red boxes that wind resources were available during the afternoon and evening hours. And what we're really trying to show here is just the value of geographic diversity. Next slide, please. So our proposal is to really essentially regionalize the ELCC factors for wind resources, break them apart by geographic area, and better account for the potential capacity value depending on where wind resources are located. The benefit of doing that is you're going to send signals to the wind resources that have the highest capacity value. This is particularly important as the newest generation of wind technology is coming online and available to buyers. There's already recognition of this in other proceedings, in particular the RPS proceeding. You can see some of the quotes there for that the Commission recognized the need to basically create more geographic diversity in the ELCC and directed certain modeling in the RPS proceeding. And we're hopeful that we can build on that work and develop more regional ELCC factors for wind resources. So with that, I'll stop there and turn it over to Ravi. Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Robbie. You're clear.
Good. So thanks, Brian. I guess I'll be wrapping the day up. And fortunately, our proposal is fairly simple to explain. And so if your brain cells are getting burned out, the arithmetic will be fairly simple. But we're kind of building on what Brian just presented in terms of the need for geographic diversity. And I'm with Southwestern Power Group, and we filed comments in August to that degree. So this proposal just kind of gives further detail on how we would propose to provide diversity in the LCC factors for wind. And so this slide just about our company. We're an independent developer of utility scale generation and transmission in the Desert Southwest, probably best known as being the project manager of the SunZia Southwest Transmission Project. Next slide. And so for background, there we go. Yeah, as Brian just explained, currently the NQC for wind is based on a uniform set of monthly factors for all locations. So there's no geographic diversity. The PUC acknowledged the need for ELCC locational granularity in the RPS decision in October of 19. At that time, they directed study of 7 regions, 4 in the CAISO and 3 out-of-state regions. And that led to the joint IOU's STRAPE ELCC study, which was released in July of this year. And that study was based on those regions prescribed by the PUC, but this study was directed more towards the actual RPS bid evaluation, not towards actual NQC allocation. And so what we're proposing is for the latter, it's to modify the actual ELCC calculations that are applied to the resources, wind resources specifically. And so, and the thesis is really that the current uniform ELCC sends misleading RA price signals to the LSCs and limits the confidence in RA values. And so Brian showed a slide showing the August 14th, 15th events and both the wind production from New Mexico during those critical hours when there was a stage 3 emergency. And that's when specifically the CAISO, the overall wind fleet, didn't perform as expected according to the RA values, which contributed to the outages and the stage 3 emergency. And so this is just a case in point of the need for this geographic diversity. And so we're proposing further granularity that's based on information already in Resolve, the capacity factors, which I'll explain. And then last point is that the proposal is focused solely on wind, just because, as Brian explained, the wind is where you see the most geographic variability. And so there aren't really any bad places for solar in the Southwest or really bad places, for example, but in wind, there's more variability. Next slide. And so this, the table on the left just shows you the current ELCC factors for wind. And those are the uniform factors that are applied by month for all wind resources, regardless of location. And the map just shows you, again, the geographic diversity of wind resource across the regions that are serving the California market. Next slide. And so this just shows you the 7 regions that were studied in the Astrape study. And the Astrape study itself acknowledged that the treatment of out-of-state wind needs some improvement, that it was covered limited scope and out-of-state wind regions and need more granularity. And these 7 regions, as you can see, well, first they're tied to utility service areas. They're not actually tied to wind regimes, which vary, across these service territories or within them, and also limits the geographic range. There's other wind resource areas that are serving the California market that weren't covered. Next slide. And so this table is taken straight from the Resolve Inputs and Assumptions document. This is table 48, which shows 31 different candidate onshore wind resource areas and the respective capacity factors, which are taken from NREL, the NREL's Wind Integration National Dataset Toolkit. So these are the transparent capacity factors that are already transparent in the Resolve inputs. Now 31 is a lot of regions, but fortunately they can easily be consolidated because, as you can see, there's multiple Solanos, there's multiple Imperials. And so it doesn't take a whole lot of work to consolidate them down, which I can go to the next slide. Basically, we took the 31, and because of some of the overlap and duplication I mentioned, they can easily be reduced to 12 with negligible loss in granularity. So these are the resulting 12, consolidated regions from the previous 31. And the median capacity factor for them, if you line them up, is 31%. And so what we did is we took the 31% and we looked at each region and where it is relative to 31%, relative to the median, and came up with multipliers or factors. So you can go to the next slide. So this slide shows you the top, what's inside the red box is where we took each of the 12 regions and we took its capacity factor relative to the 31% median, came up with a multiplier. So, many of them are right around 1.0, so they wouldn't change. And then some are below and then some are above. And so then if the left column is those same current ELCC factors by month, and then for each region, we just multiplied out and came up with, again, some lower, some higher, some the same. So it's really just redistributing the information that's already there to the different regions. And the far right, the New Mexico, Wyoming have the highest, I guess, bump up, the 1.42 multiplier, which actually isn't unrealistic, unreasonable considering the actual production we're seeing from those areas, from New Mexico in particular. Using the August example, in the preliminary root cause analysis report, it showed that the California or the overall wind portfolio in CAISO underperformed the August RA by 57% on the 14th and 20% on the 15th. The New Mexico portfolio actually outperformed August RA by 265%, and then over 300% on the 15th. So there's already a huge variability in the how they're performing relative to the RA at different times. Next slide, please. And so just to sum up, there's an urgent need for higher locational granularity in the wind ELCC to improve the confidence in these QC allocations, just confidence in the expectations of what we can get from these resource areas, especially in light of extreme weather events. And this proposed solution offers the following benefits. It's utilizing the NREL resource data that's already in Resolve, and so it's already transparent and agreed upon. It covers all major wind resource areas serving the California market. It's simple and can easily be bolted on to the existing QC factors. So with and I think the factors I showed you, those are the same, at least for 2021, at least what's been published so far. So you would just have columns and you would put each project in its respective geographic area and apply the factors. And to the same point, it's also it's a good near-term solution. We've heard from several concepts, some which will take years to implement, and this is one of those that could be in the near-term bucket. And then lastly, it's compatible with static or marginal ELCCs. And so if we did move to more of like a marginal approach, you could use the same locational factors, either way. So it's indifferent, it's agnostic whether you, use them, apply them to all resources, or if there's a new system that, would grandfather certain resources. These locational factors apply either way. And that concludes my comments.
All right, so thank you for that presentation. So we're going to just open it up to comments or questions and answers. If anybody has a question that they have with any of these proposals, presentations, you can put it in the Q&A or raise your hand. Simone, I'm not seeing anything. Is anybody raising their hand?
Don't believe so.
I'm seeing Michael Alcanta.
That was from a very long time ago.
All right, well, we'll just give it maybe another minute or so, and we will go over next steps if nobody has any questions on this part of the day.
I see one question. Does the proposal deal with the temporal differences in production? For example, better alignment with the duck curve ramps, or is it just a simplification based on capacity factor? Oh, sorry, this might have been a question on my presentation.
What was that for on the wind proposal?
I would say if that was to my proposal, this Jim.
Oh, that was for Robbie.
Yeah, and that's something I forgot to mention, that this proposal is taking the variability in capacity factors and applying it to the ELCCs, even though capacity factor and ELCC are not the same. So that's the, I guess, simplifying assumption there, or that's the calculation that's made.
And certainly for CERT's proposal, the same thing is true, that what we're really saying is that if you want to use ELCC, then you use ELCC, but you use it on the portfolio, not on the individual elements and try to add them together. But you use whatever you want, whatever kind of thing you want from whatever data you want, but you just do it as that portfolio. And what you're really measuring as the QC of the hybrid is the portfolio ELCC of all the elements. And you don't assign a specific number to each element. So again, that could be implemented tomorrow if that's what you want to do.
How would you apply it to new resources without production data?
Well, same way you do anything. And what we're saying here is that since what you're going to do with these is involved very heavily with and also with any of these kinds of resources, is heavily involved with the point of interconnection rights, where you assign the end part of NQC, that you do it at that point in time. You don't that doesn't say that the ISO necessarily runs the study, but that you do that simultaneously with the same parameters, and you use the same parameters for the ISO's deliverability study as you use for the RA value, and you do it resource specific or project specific, excuse me, at the time you establish the interconnection. We also would say that to the extent that you want to check that modeling, that you certainly could include in the interconnection requirements an acceptance test, which shows that the hybrid is capable of performing what you say it will. You have that, that same problem of how do you deal with new resources in all of these proposals. But you cannot use historic data to say what is the performance of a hybrid. It simply does not work. So you can't use historic data. Because there is no history for that hybrid.
We're at 4:30. Why don't we just answer this one general question? Do December 8th proposals have to be modifications of earlier proposals, or can they raise new issues?
So this is Michelle. So if it's a new issue not already in scope in track 3B, I would say people still have track 4 to put in proposals to be considered in June. So if it's within the scope of the issues that were defined for track 4 or track 3B, I'd say that you could raise new, but I would hope that they would be related to something we talked about. And also, if it is out of scope or if it's sort of beyond the scope, it probably won't be considered. So if it's really a new issue, I'd suggest track 4.
Thanks, Michelle. I think that's helpful. So we're ending just a few minutes late today, but I appreciate everybody's participation and feedback. And again, we do really encourage parties to reach out if there's further clarification that you need on any of the material presented here, to reach out to the panelists that presented directly and get that your questions answered. We will be posting the presentation material on our RA History website following the workshop, so it should be up there shortly. And we also have recorded the event. So Linon, is that going to be posted on the website as well?
Yes, so the recording will be likely uploaded onto a YouTube, and then the link will be posted also alongside with the materials on the RA History website.
Great. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And thank you so much for attending the Track 3B workshops.